All right. So we're on the record in docket 24 L2858161, City of Lansing versus Alana Callahan. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Good morning, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Joel Gehring on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Goodrich.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office, here to represent Ms. Callahan, who is appearing over Zoom today.
And ma'am, you are Alana Callahan, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Ms. Callahan?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, this was a matter that was adjourned on 8/14 so that we could get a substance abuse assessment. I have received that assessment. It was a very good assessment. We are willing at this time to amend this matter to a breach of the peace.
So that's a civil infraction?
Correct.
And that's a fair statement, Mr. Goodrich, and you'll be accepting responsibility for the civil infraction on behalf of your client.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I'll note for the record, this was an open intox situation, but the individual was the passenger in the car.
I will note that the assessment was done pre-offer. All right. The civil infraction of breach of the peace is punishable. I think it's 150. Okay. It's punishable by $150 fine. And that's your understanding, Ms. Callahan?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Goodrich, so we're working from the same ticket. We're working for ticket L285816. This is for activity on April 28, 2024 at Avon in Linville on the City of Lansing. Do you accept responsibility for Ms. Callahan or Alana Callahan being in breach of the peace on that date?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And does your client need some time to make the $150 payment to the City of Lansing?
Yes, I believe she does.
All right. How much time does she need?
Ms. Callahan, is there a specific period of time that you believe that you would need to pay off $150?
2 weeks.
All right. So she's indicated 2 weeks. We'll make it 3 just in case. So that is October 1st. So full payment to be made to the City of Lansing, and that can be made online, in person, or on the phone, of $150 by October 1st, 2024. So Ms. Callahan, make that full payment by October 1st, 2024. That'll keep you out of the show cause cycle. Anything else for the record in docket 24 L2858161, Mr. Gehring?
Thank you. No, Your Honor.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Right. All right, Ms. Callahan, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Coley, you can unmute. We're ready to call your case. So we're on the record in docket 24 L2881911, 24 L2881912, and 24 L2881913. That is the City of Lansing versus Zariera Coley.
Zariera.
You'll have to Zariera.
Zariera.
Sariera. All right, thank you, ma'am. Sariera Coley, will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gary,
Good morning, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Goodrich.
Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office here to represent Ms. Coley, who is appearing over Zoom today.
And ma'am, you are Zyrera Coley, is that correct?
Zariera Coley.
Zariera Coley, thank you. This is the time set for these three files. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, in speaking with Mr. Goodrich, we have determined that we will drop the child restraint count, go ahead and reduce the speeding charge of 11 to 15 to a 6 to 10. So we will amend the 11 to 15 to a 6 to 10. And the driving while license suspended will be amended to a careless driving. She will plead to those two in exchange for dropping the child restraint.
All right, so there will be a dismissal of the child restraint. And that's on the ticket for negotiations. And then we will amend the careless driving. That's the 3-point civil infraction.
Correct.
And what's the fine on that?
215, I believe.
15. That sounds right. And then speeding of 6 to 110. Is that 130? I can't remember. I've got it right here.
Yeah, that was one I couldn't find, or I would have had it ready for you.
Yeah, well, I think the general fine is 130
I
on 135.
I have the 11 to 15 being 160, but
Let me see if I've got the codes here. So 6 to 10 is 150. Yeah, that's the as of July 1st, it's 150. All right, so Mr. Goodrich, I'll reiterate for the record so that we're on the same page. The careless driving is a civil infraction with a 3-point violation. It's $215 fine, and that is on the expired license. The speeding ticket is 6 to 10, which is a $150 fine. Those two are down from misdemeanors, and then the child restraint is dismissed per negotiation. Is that your understanding of the plea agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And Ms. Coley, is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, and you're going to admit responsibility on behalf of your client, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So let's start with the expired license. Do you accept a responsibility as ticket L28891 for a conduct that occurred on South Penn and Edison Avenue in the city of Lansing on July 27, 2024? You accept responsibility for careless driving at that time and location in the city of Lansing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so that's the $215 fine. And then we will dismiss the expired license. All right, and then I just did it backwards. So we'll dismiss that's the careless driving, is that correct? Yes.
Careless driving should be on the 12.
It should be on the 12. 24L2881912.
Yes.
All right. Is that the one we just did? I think we just did that. All right. And then on the speeding ticket, it is for similar conduct on the same ticket on July 27, 2024. Do you admit responsibility for speeding 6 to 10 over on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mommy's got to get.
That comes with a $150 fine.
No.
So that is a total of $365 to the city of Lansing. Does your client need some time to make that payment? That'll be $215 on the 1-2 file and $150 on the 1-1 file.
Your Honor, my client currently is unemployed and certainly needs a substantial period of time. I would ask at least 90 days to give her time to make some payments.
All right. December Say again?
December 9th.
December 9th. December 9th, 2024. All right, so Ms. Coley, you have till December 9th, 2024. You have a $215 fine on file 24L2881912. That can be paid to the city of Lansing by in person or online or on the phone. And then you have a $150 fine on December 9th, 2024, paid by that date to the city of Lansing. So in all, it is $365 to the city of Lansing. That should be paid by December 9th. You can kind of set up your own payment plan from that date, from today's date. You can come in and make payments on that debt, but it should be all paid by December 9th, 2024. Do you have that date, ma'am?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. If you don't pay by that date, then you get into the show cause cycle of them issuing a warrant for your arrest based on show cause to the court as to why you haven't made a payment. You want to stay out of that cycle. All right, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else for the record in any three of these files in regards to the 24L2881913? That's dismissed per negotiations. Anything else on any one of these files, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing from the city.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you for your appearance today. You're all set, Ms. Coley.
Okay, thank you.
Cox. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02243. That is City of Lansing versus Henry Cox Jr. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Joel Gehring, Your Honor, appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Goodrich.
Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office, here to represent Mr. Cox, who's standing to my right.
And sir, you are Henry Cox Jr., is that correct?
Yes, Sean.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Well, Your Honor, this is a furnishing false information matter. It was adjourned on 8/14 so that the defendant could complete 10 hours of community service. I will turn it over to Mr. Goodrich at this time so that he can update the court.
All right, Mr. Goodrich.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, in speaking of Mr. Cox, it appears that he's found a place at Everett House to do the community service. However, he hasn't gotten the hours done yet. We would ask the court to essentially set this for a final pretrial at this time, give him kind of one last opportunity to get that done. And if not, we'll have to either come to agree to something else or head toward trial.
So adjourn for final pretrial on this matter. That's the last adjournment for compliance purposes. I'm going to adjourn this about 30 days out. All right. But that'll give you the time frame that you understand that you've got to get any compliance done. Make sure you contact the attorney. Mr. Lee, I think, is still on the case. So you'll advance any paperwork to Mr. Lee, who will advance to the city attorney's office. So we'll adjourn for final pretrial
October 1st.
October 1st at 8:30. That should be 3 weeks. Okay. So we'll adjourn for final pretrial on October 1st at 8:30. I'm assuming it's not a traditional pretrial, so you won't be sending subpoenas out. Is that correct, Mr. Gehring?
That's how we would be doing it.
All right.
now, yeah.
Mr. Goodrich, is that your understanding?
Yes,
All right.
that- it's a police officer witness anyway.
All right. All right, Mr. Cox, we'll see you on that October 1st date. Thank you for your appearance.
All right, thanks.
Those are all my 9 o'clocks. I don't know if you want to deal with Mr. Carter or Mr. Bruin's matters.
We
Could have done either one of those.
We could do the Clark matter now, Your Honor. They're ready to go.
All right, Ms. DeBruin and Robert Clark.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm well, and you?
I'm good.
Good.
All right, so we're on the record in 24-02215. That is the City of Lansing versus Robert Clark. Appearances for the record, Mr. Gehring.
Good morning, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Joel Gehring on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Bruin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tiffany DeBruin on behalf of Mr. Clark. He's currently standing to my right at council table.
And sir, you are Robert Clark, is that correct?
I am.
All right, thank you. This is time set for a pretrial on this matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Attorney DeBruin and I have had an opportunity to discuss this situation. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to her so that she can explain a little bit about where they're at and we can move forward.
All right, Mr. Bruin.
Thank you, Judge. I've spoken with Mr. Gehring, who has been incredibly gracious. We have discussed the potential of a resolution, a possible reduction. However, one of the things that we had discussed is some anger management. And I know that I'm familiar with the ARM program. I don't know if the court is as well.
A little bit, yeah.
I know that Mr. Gehring and I have discussed the 12-week program, and obviously we can't get that accomplished in a 30-day time frame. What we had discussed doing was maybe a 60-day adjournment if the court would allow for us to show some compliance with that program. And also we discussed a letter of apology and the potential for restitution. I did receive an estimate from Mr. Gehring. I haven't received an actual bill where it shows the person had actually made the payments to have the vehicle. And certainly this is a lot of facts that we're going into right now, but
Right.
has actually made the repairs to the vehicle. And I would be looking for something like that before we would specifically start to make payments on a restitution agreement. But I guess long and short of it is we're requesting a 60-day adjournment for all of those reasons.
All right, and does the city have any objection to the request for 60 days?
We do not, Your Honor.
All right, and then you understand some of the discovery issues, at least as to restitution in regards to what Mr. Bruin needs in order to satisfy any type of restitution in the matter.
Yeah, I will get with the victim, Your Honor, on that, and we will get moving.
All right, so I will grant the adjournment for 60 days for compliance purposes. And then I'll leave it to the city to work out any of the measures that the city seems fit concerning compliance. And we will set out for November 12th at 9 a.m. So, Mr. Clark, please keep in contact with your attorney, Mr. Bruin. We've adjourned this for 60 days for compliance purposes in relation to what's requested by the city. If not, we'll set it for final pretrial on that date. Anything else for the record in 24-02215, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Bruin, I didn't even ask, does that fit in your schedule?
It does, Judge.
All right, thank you.
I would have popped up if it did.
I assume so. All right, so Mr. Clark, I'll see you on November 12th at 9 a.m., all right? All right, thank you. All right, that's all for that file. Thank you, Mr. Bruin.
Thanks, Judge.
You want to go on Mr. Carter's case, or did you need to talk to Mr. Carter? Miss Bradley? Sarah Ann Bradley.
Yeah, I have not spoken to
Did you
Mr.
want to-
Carter yet.
Mr. Bradley, did you want to speak with the assistant city attorney on the matter?
I'm assuming you meant Mr. Carter,
What did I say? Did I
Ms.
say-
Bradley.
Yeah. You
Mr.
definitely-
Carter, did you want to, you're here so often, Mr. Carter, you would assume that I would get your name right, but don't make that assumption. Mr. Carter, did you need to speak with Mr. Gehring on a pretrial on that?
I guess I don't think I have to go into a breakout room if he can advise if the offer of the community service is still on the table. If so, I'd be asking the court for an adjournment to get that done.
Mr. Gehring.
Offer of community, did we talk about this before, David? I'm blanking on
Another
that community
process.
service.
Another city attorney talked to me about it.
Oh, okay. And this is the red tag trespass?
No,
Yes.
it is the high ops and red, yeah.
Oh,
Or no
oh,
trespass.
and with the hinder and oppose.
Right.
Okay, yeah, actually, I wasn't aware of that offer, so let's go ahead and do a breakout real quick. Let me find that and because that throws a little bit of a curve, and I want to give Mr. Carter the opportunity to tell me a little bit more about that.
All
So
right,
let's
so
go ahead and do
once you join the room, and then Mr. Carter, I'll place you in room, well, you're already in room 3. So you can join room 3, and I'll place Mr. Gehring in room 3.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So Mr. Carter, you can join room 3, and I will admit Mr. Gehring into room 3.
All right. I'm not getting a prompt.
You should just join. You're already in room 3, so you should just join room 3.
I don't know
I'll
how to
put
do
you-
that. Yeah.
All right.
I'm looking.
Okay. Let me put you in room 4. Do you get a
All right.
prompt to go to room 4?
Yep, I got a
All
prompt.
right.
Thank you.
All right. And I'll put Mr. Gehring in room 4.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. And then Miss Getz, I'm going to move you to meet with your public defender. Okay, ma'am?
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
All right. So you should get a prompt to go to room 3.
Okay, sounds good. I'll wait for it to pop up.
All right.
Why keep moving?
All right. How's Mike? Yeah. Appreciate it.
Bigger.
We defend that she was just over there.
All right. Miss Getz, I'm gonna put you in a different room since Mr. Goodrich had some laptop issues. So I'm gonna
Okay,
put you in room, you should get a prompt to go to room 5, and then I'll put Mr. Goodrich in the same room when he joins. All right, ma'am?
okay, sounds good. Thank you.
All right, so we're back on the record in docket 23-01760. That is City of Lansing versus Sarah Bradley. Miss Bradley, you can unmute. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. And Mr. Gehring, you've had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Carter in a breakout room. Is that correct?
That is correct, Judge.
All right. So appearances for the record, Mr. Gehring.
Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Carter.
May it please the court, David B. Carter Jr. on behalf of Miss Bradley, who is present using the Zoom app, as so am I. And we have no objections to holding this hearing through that media. And I'd ask the court to waive our personal appearance.
Thank you. And ma'am, you are Sarah Bradley, is that correct?
Correct.
And you can hear me, Miss Bradley?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, thank you. So this time set for pretrial on the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Oh, Your Honor, and speaking with attorney Mr. Carter, we've determined that we will go ahead and set this for a final pretrial in order to give Ms. Bradley an opportunity to complete some community service work, which will result in an amendment to the charges.
All right, this would be the final adjournment, since this is getting a little, we've adjourned twice before for compliance purposes. There appears to be some other issues going on. So we'll set for final pretrial. About what's the time frame are we looking for, Mr. Gehring and Mr. Carter?
Go ahead, Mr. Carter, if you got an idea.
We're at the court's mercy because my client has failed to get this compliance
Right.
done. I mean, obviously, we would like probably it's the offer is 20 hours of community service. I would ask for it at the very minimum 30 days. That
All right.
would
I
allow
think
her
that's fair.
maybe 5 hours a week to get it done.
All right, I think that's a fair request, and so we'll set for final pretrial 30 days out. for?
I'm trying to find a date.
October 15th.
October 15th at 8:30. Miss Bradley, we have October 15th at 8:30 for the final date for compliance purposes. So anything you do should be sent to Mr. Carter to advance to the city attorney's office. Mr. Carter, does that October 15th date work with your schedule?
We'll make it work, Your Honor.
All right. So we have October 15th. Anything else for the record in 2301-760, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing from the city.
Mr. Carter?
Nothing for the defense.
All right, Ms. Bradley, we'll see you on October 15th at 8:30. Thank you for your appearance today.
Your Honor, before we go, may
Yes.
Miss Bradley, do you have my phone number?
I believe so, but can I have it just to be safe?
Yes, I would like you to call me right after we leave the courtroom. 517-256.
Okay. All right.
3886.
All
Thank
right.
you, Your
Sounds
Honor.
good. I'll give you a call. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Carter. That's all set on that file. All right, so Mr. Zunick, Ms. Zalesek, we're going to go on the record as soon as your attorney comes out of his breakout room. So we'll call those cases probably in the next 5-10 minutes.
Okay. Let me get your number. Any day, like, come on. I wonder if she from Lansing.
Soon as I'm done.
Strike while the iron's hot. All right, Mr. Zunick, we'll call your case.
Okay.
So I'm on here on 3 files. It's 2 files and a ticket. So we're on the record and docket 24-02228. 24-02229. And the accompanying ticket of 24L2868792. That is the City of Lansing versus Ricky Zunick or Zunick. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Joel Gehring. I'm appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Goodrich.
Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office, here to represent Mr. Zunick, who is appearing over Polycom from the Ingham County Jail today.
And sir, you are Ricky Zunick, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Zunick?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, we're looking at a furnishing false information, an open intoxicant vehicle, and a no insurance. We have discussed the matter and have decided that we will dismiss the open intox and the no insurance charge. And the defendant will plead to the furnishing false information with a Killebrew agreement for no upfront jail.
So plead to charge on the furnishing false information, an agreement between the attorneys, a Killebrew agreement of no upfront jail. Is that correct, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, Your Honor, and
then,
we would be asking for immediate sentencing on this
all right.
matter.
All right, and Mr. Zunick, that's your understanding of the plea agreement to dismiss 24-02229 along with the open intox driver ticket, and then you'll be pleading as charged to the misdemeanor count of furnishing of false information. There is an agreement between the attorneys that agreement is that there will be no upfront jail in the matter. That you would be pleading guilty. Is that a 90-day misdemeanor and or
$500.
500. Okay. So the ultimate penalty is 90 days and or $500. Is that your understanding of the plea agreement, Mr. Zunick?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Goodrich, may I inquire of your client of his advice of misdemeanor rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Zunick, you understand you have the following trial rights in this matter, and I'll walk you through each one of those trial rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have the witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney Luke Goodrich, and I called you Dale yesterday. That was so bad. I'm still bothered by that. You are represented today by Luke Goodrich, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the city of Lansing. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record or threats that was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial since you won't be having a trial. You'll be pleading guilty to the furnishing false information count instead. Is it your wish today to plead guilty to the first furnishing false information in file 24-02228?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna bring your attention back to July 23rd of 2024 at the offense location of South Cedar Street on Michigan Avenue in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you on Cedar Street, Michigan Avenue on July 23rd, 2024 in the city of Lansing?
Yes.
And at that time, did you, it indicates here that there was a motor vehicle involved. Were you approached or were you stopped by a Lansing police officer?
Yes.
And at that time, did you provide false information to the Lansing police officer, knowing that they were a Lansing police officer?
Yes.
All right. Anything towards the factual basis, Mr. Garrett?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
Right, I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. Mr. Gehring, do you have any objection to immediate sentencing in this matter?
We do not, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, so the court will go forward with immediate sentencing. There is a Killebrew of no upfront jail that the court will abide by. And so I will set sentencing at fines and costs in this matter will be $150 fine, $150 costs, crime victims' rights fee of $75, state minimum cost fee of $50 for a grand total of $425 to the city of Lansing. And Mr. Goodrich, does your client need some time to make that payment?
Yes, Your Honor. He is currently incarcerated on a felony case where he's expected to go into residential treatment at some point in the fairly near future. So he is not going to be available to make payments for a substantial period.
All right. Should we set this out a time period in order to get some resolution? I would think that if he's looking at a felony and he's looking at placement, we're looking at least 90 days.
Yes, I think probably more like, you probably need something more like 6 months.
Okay.
Because usually residential is about 90 days itself.
Right. But so that would be just for payment purposes. Let's set it out. What's that? Yeah. Yeah, so let's set it out March 10th. 2025. So, Mr. Zunick, we're gonna set payment to the city of Lansing out to March 10th of 2025. Of course, once you're out, you can make payments on that, set up your own payment plan, but we'll be set out to March 10th of 2025 based on some of your circumstances and the fact that you've got some other things going on. All right, Mr. Zunick?
Yes, thank you.
All right, so we'll set it for March 10th, 2025, payment to the city of Lansing. Anything else for the record in 2402228, Mr. Garin?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Goodrich, so we will dismiss per negotiations. Docket 2402229, and we will dismiss per negotiations. The accompanying ticket of 24L2868792. Anything else on the record, Mr. Goodrich, for either one of these files?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Zunick, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
And we have Mrs. We can do Mr. Duncan or Mrs. Zalisak. Which one?
I guess Duncan first.
Duncan, okay, that's on the. All right. All right, Mr. Duncan, we will call your case so you can unmute. So, Mr. Duncan, you can unmute your. Right, James Duncan, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. All right, we're going to call your case next, Mr. Duncan, in docket 2401688. That is City of Lansing versus James Duncan. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Joel Gehring on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Goodrich.
Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office here to represent Mr. Duncan, who is appearing over Zoom today.
And sir, you are James Duncan, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Well, Your Honor, we had requested previously and received an adjournment so that Mr. Duncan could take a highway safety course. He has done that. We are amenable now to amending the reckless driving charge to a careless driving charge.
So we will, is that a fair statement, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you'll admit responsibility on behalf of your client for the civil infraction?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Careless driving is, once again, a 3-point.
Civil infraction, 3
Civil
points,
and
215 is what I have.
$215 fine. That seems right. And is that your understanding, Mr. Duncan?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. All right. So I will bring your attention, Mr. Goodrich, on behalf of your client so we're working from the same event. That is the incident number of 245-19051. It is for conduct which occurred on June 1st, 2024 at South Cedar at or near Glendale. Do you accept responsibility on behalf of your client in the city of Lansing for careless driving?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. With that admission, we have a $215 fine to the city of Lansing, and this is a 3-point ticket, will be abstracted by the Secretary of State. Does your client need some time to make that $215 payment?
Yes, speaking of him, I don't think he needed a long period. Mr. Duncan, how long would you like to pay off the $215?
Like 60 days.
So let's do September, October. So we will do a payment to the city of Lansing. November will be made by November 12th to the city of Lansing. You can make that payment live in person up on the internet or by phone. And then you can set up your own payment plan if you choose to, but it all must be paid by November 12th at November 12th to the city of Lansing, that $215 payment. All right, Mr. Duncan?
Yes, sir.
Anything else for the record in 2401688, Mr. Gary?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you should be all set, Mr. Duncan. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you.
Right. Is that one of the $5 increases?
Yeah, I don't think it's per se, but I just looked it up. And
Yeah,
changed
I got it.
first.
All right, so how about Miss Zalasek?
I've not seen him. I've not seen Mr. Jones. Let's see. Somebody do want it, but I don't.
Hello.
Jones.
Carl Johnson's bad.
Zalasek.
That could be.
Stand by and let me find that file. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402282. That is the city of Lansing versus Jacqueline Zalasek. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Goodrich.
And Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office, here to represent Ms. Zalasek, who is appearing over Zoom today.
And ma'am, you are Jacqueline Zalasek, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and you can hear me all right, Ms. Zalasek?
I can hear you just fine, yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pre-trial on this matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we have agreed to amend this charge to a breach of the peace civil infraction.
That's a $150 fine?
Yes, Your Honor. 90 days.
Is that it's a civil infraction, so it's only the fine, not the.
Correct.
Okay. So it's $150 for the breach of the peace, civil infraction, $150. Is that your understanding, Mr. Goodrich? Will amend the ticket, I think this is an information. Will amend the ticket to the civil infraction of breach of the peace for $150.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you'll be accepting responsibility on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And that's your understanding, Ms. Zalasak, that you'll be, Mr. Goodrich will be admitting responsibility to the civil infraction on your behalf with a $150 fine?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, so this is just, we're working from the same ticket. This is for ticket L28555. This is in the city of Lansing on Magnolia and Harton on August 3rd, 2024. Do you admit responsibility for Ms. Zalasak being in breach of the peace?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. With that understanding, that's a $150 payment to the city of Lansing. And does your client need some time to make that payment?
Yes, I believe she does need some period of time. Ms. Alisick, did you have a amount of time that you would need to make a $150 payment?
I could definitely do it within the next 2 weeks.
Next 3 weeks, she
Yes.
says? All right. So let's do 30 days out.
Yeah.
30 days out to the city of Lansing. So it'll be October 10th. And that can be paid online, in person, or by phone to the city of Lansing, $150 by October 10th. All right, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Anything else for the record in docket 2402282, Mr. Gary?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Zalisek, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too.
Thank you.
All right. And then did we have Getz?
We have Clay is here.
Is he online? Is
No,
he
he's in the Clay.
Clay?
You're Clay. Yes.
All right.
Yeah, we have
I'm here
all the
as
10
well.
o'clock people are.
All right.
are ready.
On the Motorola Moto G, would you please identify yourself?
I am Jaquay Jones.
Oh, this is when he's trying to.
You're Mr. Jones?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's Jaquay Jones, is that correct?
Yeah, Jaquay.
All right. All right, stand by and we'll call your case in a second. We have some other cases in front of it. So
Okay.
Sir, in jail, oh, did we? Sir, in the Ingham County Jail Post 1, could you identify yourself?
Devin Simmons, I'm supposed to be going to PSI interviewing.
What's your name again, sir?
Devin Simmons.
So, sir, your name is, your last name is Benentendis?
Simmons. I'm supposed to be doing the PSI interviews.
You're supposed to do a PSI with probation?
I believe so, yes, sir.
All right.
His first name Devin.
Is your first name Devin?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let the jail staff know that he needs to be placed in the breakout room for MDOC.
All right. So Devin, you need to let the jail personnel know that you need to be placed in a breakout room with the Department of Corrections. DOC, you're in our courtroom and you're not supposed to be here. You're probably supposed to be in a DOC polycom room. All right.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, Ms. Getz, we can call your case so you can unmute. Shelby Getz, you can unmute.
Hello.
Okay, there you are. All right. So we're on the record.
Sorry,
in
I
docket
have a 3-year-old and I've been waiting a little while and he was getting impatient with me, so I just muted it so you guys didn't hear him running around.
All right. All right. Well, we're on the record now. So we're on the record in 24-02300. That is the City of Lansing versus Shelby Getz. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Goodrich.
And Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office, here to represent Ms. Getz, who's appearing over Zoom today.
And ma'am, you are Shelby Getz, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we would be asking for an adjournment in this matter for compliance purposes.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll adjourn for compliance purposes. Do you have a time frame, Mr. Gehring?
Your Honor, we're looking at a BDIC. I'm not sure what those are like. I would think we could start with 30 days.
All right. Let's do the 5 weeks. Yeah, just to be safe. So we'll adjourn for compliance to
October 15th at 9.
October 15th at 9 a.m. So Ms. Getz, please advance to Mr. Lee, who will be the attorney assigned to the case. Mr. Goodrich is covering this case. Please advance any compliance measure paperwork so that Mr. Lee can advance to Mr. Gehring. And we've set it for October 15th at 9 a.m. All right.
Okay, thank you. Is that in person or over Zoom?
That will be okay over Zoom. You'll get sent notice of that at the Madison Street address. Is that still a good address for you?
Could you actually do me a favor and send it to a different address? Because due to a situation that happened in my home, I am being relocated through my domestic violence program. And I'm not,
right.
This will be my address at that time.
All right. So give me an update as to your address, ma'am.
1091 West
All right.
Wieland, Wieland Road, Lansing, Michigan, 48906.
I will. 48906. So it's 1091, and can you say that road name again?
Wieland, Wieland Road.
All right. So I have 1091 Wheeland Road, Lansing, Michigan, 48906.
Yes.
All right. We'll put that in the computer as an update, and that's where your notice will be sent to for that October 15th at 9 a.m. Date, and that'll be via Zoom unless I hear differently from the parties. All right.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Anything else for the record at 2402300, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Getz, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Do you want to do Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
All right. You can come up. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24L2854801. That is the City of Lansing versus Carl Johnson. Parties, please introduce themselves for the record. Mr. Gehring.
Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Goodrich.
And Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office, here to represent Mr. Johnson, who's standing to my right.
And sir, you are Carl Johnson, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city is willing to amend this charge to a breach of the peace at this time, which I understand that the defendant is willing to accept.
Civil infraction, and that comes with a $150 fine.
Yes.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right, and you'll be accepting responsibility on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and is that your understanding, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir.
All right. Just so we're working from the same ticket, and we will amend the misdemeanor count to the civil infraction. Dismiss misdemeanor count. Let's amend. This I know everybody does a little different. All right, so we're working from the ticket L285480. This is for conduct which occurred on West Willow and Pine in the city of Lansing on July 4th, 2024. Do you admit responsibility for your client being in breach of the peace on that date?
Yes, I do. Your Honor.
All right. That comes with a $150 fine to the city of Lansing. Does your client need some time to make that payment?
Yes, like a month or two. Okay.
Okay, so you meant like 60 days?
Yeah, like the.
All right, so we'll set it for 60 days out to the city of Lansing. Go ahead. November 12th, 2024. So as long as you make the entire payment in person, in line, online, or by phone by $150 in the city of Lansing, then you don't have a show cause or anything, and that you want to stay out of that cycle, that show cause cycle. So $150 to the city of Lansing will be due by November 12th. All right, sir?
Okay.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 24L28540-801, Mr. Garing?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
You're all set, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Is there a paper on it?
Probably not with the payments.
Yeah.
But we might be able to put something in writing for you so you have that date, okay?
Okay.
Just you'll get it from Miss Slaviak. We'll print it out for you. It'll just tell you when it's due by. All right.
Thank you.
So if you stand by, we'll give you that date.
Okay.
Then Mr. Goodrich,
I
you
will
want to
meet
meet with
with
Mr.
Mr.
Jones?
Thank you. You guys have a blessed day.
You too.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Goodrich, you're already in room 5. I'm just going to put Mr. Jones in room 5.
Wait, okay, sorry. Can we grab that from you real quick? That'll be.
So Mr. Jones, I'm going to put you in, you should get a prompt to go to room 5. All right. And you can talk to your attorney.
All
now.
right. All right.
I usually see, why is this? Can you just write it in? Yeah, we're gonna.
All right. So Mr. Garing, we have Mr. Islas Alcantara is a possible fail to appear.
Yes, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Jones.
Meeting with Mr. Jones now.
All right. So Jones is
Not Mark Stephen Jones, though.
okay. How about Dilts?
Dilts, I have no word on.
Right. Hal said she's going to be late.
We're fine.
Yeah.
As long as she's here at some point.
And then we have Mr. Jones.
Jacques Jones is who he's meeting with now, I believe. I believe, now that I think about it, I don't know that I clarified if it's Mark Jones or Jacques Jones that he's meeting with.
Mark Stephen Jones has 2 warrants. Bill,
So I bet you it's Jacques.
Okay, and Jacques Jones was with Jacqueline Zalesak, so they're together and the red tag trespass. So
all right.
I think maybe they are here, going to be here together here as well. And since we had Jacqueline, I think Jacques will.
We have Jacques Jones and Mark Jones.
Yeah, Mark Jones is maybe the one that's met.
Mark Jones is at 9 and Jacques Jones is at 9:30.
Yep. Of the 2, yeah, Mark Jones is the most likely to FTA.
Then we have 2217. Those are civil discovery. 23 is probably.
I haven't heard anything on Brandon Dilts.
Jack A.
Jack A. Jones. All right, Mr. Jones, we'll call your case. We're on the record in 24-02281. That is the City of Lansing versus Jack A. Jones. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Attorney Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Goodrich.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich and from the Public Defender's Office here to represent Mr. Jones, who's appearing over Zoom today.
And sir, you are Jack A. Jones, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Jones?
Yep.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial on the City of Lansing file. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we have agreed to reduce this charge from a trespass to a breach of the peace civil infraction.
So we'll amend to breach of the peace. And that's a fair statement, Mr. Goodrich.
Yes, Your Honor.
That comes with a $150 fine of the civil infraction of breach of the peace. And Mr. Goodrich, you'll be admitting responsibility on behalf of your client.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Jones, that's your understanding?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to bring you your attention back to the ticket number of L2855 for conduct which occurred on August 3rd, 2024 at Magnolia and Harton in the city of Lansing. It is your admission on behalf of your client that Mr. Jones was in breach of the peace. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And we'll set fine to the city of Lansing for that is set at $150. And does your client need some time to make that payment?
Yes, he would like to request 60 days, Your Honor.
We'll set it for November 12th. All right, so Mr. Jones, you'll have till November 12th, 2024 to make that $150 fine. That can be made online, in person, or by phone. As long as it's paid by November 12th, you can come in and make your own payment plan as long as it's set by November 12th. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 24-02281, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Jones, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Yes, sir.
So you want to call the rest of the 9 o'clocks?
I think that's the best.
Yeah, so we'll start.
Nobody in the hallway.
There's nobody in the hallway?
Oh.
You were just there.
Yeah, there was only someone there for Simmons, so. I guess I should say there's nobody out there, but not for us.
Nobody for us.
Mark Jones, Ron Useless, Alcantara, and Diltz.
Did Diltz appear yesterday?
No.
No.
Even Wendy knew.
Even Wendy knew, and Wendy wasn't here yesterday. That is impressive when.
Cristobal's back in shop.
Yeah.
It's a shame on this.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 21-02539 and a 21-03388. That is the city of Lansing versus Juan Islas Alcantara. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Goodrich.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office here to represent Mr. Islas Alcantara, who is not present today.
All right, so this was scheduled for 11:10. I'm sorry, this was scheduled for 9 o'clock. It is now 11:10.
Your Honor, I will also state that Mr. Lee has notes that he left both a phone message and sent an email to our client, but did not appear to
All
be
right,
back.
so there's been no contact. It would appear that Mr. Alcantara, Islas Alcantara, is not in the Zoom room, physical courtroom, or waiting room, and we've recently looked in the hallway, and he's not in the hallway. I have at least two fail to appears on this matter by Mr. Alcantara. Mr. Gehring, how did you want to proceed?
Your Honor, at this point, we would ask for a bench warrant.
All right. Mr. Goodrich, any comment on that?
No, Your Honor.
I will indicate that the defendants failed to appear for this pretrial and a bench warrant and bond forfeiture are issued. Anything else for the record in either of these files, 21-02539 or 21-03388, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that's all for the record in those two files. Mark Jones. Mark S. Jones. So we're on the record in docket 23-03749. That is the City of Lansing versus Mark Stephen Jones. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Attorney Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Goodrich.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office, here to represent Mr. Jones, who is not present today.
All right, this is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. It was scheduled for 9 o'clock. It is now 11:13. I do not see Mr. Jones in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, and we recently called the hallway. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the pretrial. Mr. Gehring, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, we would request a bench warrant at this time.
All right. I do have a previous fail to appear on January 30th, 2024. Any comment, Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
So a bench warrant and bond forfeiture is issued in the matter, if any. Anything else for the record in 23-03749, Mr. Gehring?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
That's Mr. Jones. Let's do Mr. Dilt, and that'll make Ms. Howell our last. So on the record in 24L2875991, that is the City of Lansing versus Brandon Diltz. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Judge. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Goodrich.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office, here to represent Mr. Diltz, who does not appear to be present today.
All right, and this is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. It was scheduled for 9:30. It is now 11:14. And it would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the City of Lansing pretrial. I do not see Mr. Diltz in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom. He is not in the hallway. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear. Mr. Gehring, how would the city like to proceed?
The city would request a bench warrant at this time, Your Honor.
I don't have a previous fail to appear in this matter.
And also, Your Honor, I don't quite know what the delay would have been for in this matter. We had some prior discussions back at the end of July, but it somehow was only docketed till now. I don't know if that has any bearing on anything or.
Mr. Goodrich. I have a previous fail to appear, but it was at the arraignment, which means that he was mail notified.
Yeah, and typically those aren't always super reliable.
Absolutely.
I guess the one issue, I guess he didn't appear for a hearing yesterday either. And if he already has a warrant for that matter.
It's okay.
So perhaps doing the same here would be, makes sense.
Yeah, it makes
So
sense.
let's do a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. Anything else for the record in 24L2875991, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
All right. That's all for the record on Mr. Diltz. And then we'll go ahead and make a record on Ms. Howell. So we're on the record in docket 24L2878021. That is the City of Lansing versus Catherine Howell. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring, appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
And are you
I
representing?
don't think so.
All
I
right.
don't see her. in our-
Yeah, I don't have an appearance by your agency. All right, this is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Ms. Howell, is not represented by counsel at this time. And it would appear that Ms. Howell is not in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom. And then let's call the hallway just in case again. But if this was set for 9:30. Ms. Howell did contact.
There's nobody else.
Okay. So it is now 11:17. Ms. Howell did contact at least somebody at our court or the criminal court indicating that they were running an hour late. And that was at 10 o'clock. So it's 11:17. So we're almost 2 hours into it.
Your Honor, would it be possible just to reset this matter, give her one more opportunity on this? It appears, when I looked at her case, it appears that she requested a court-appointed attorney and that my office doesn't seem to have anything on it. So maybe perhaps give our office the time to try to fix that issue.
And that's a fair statement. I do believe we have her making.
She did make an application.
Okay. All right.
And I was gonna say, Your Honor, I have no problem with a courtesy reset on this one, given that she did call.
Right.
Maybe something occurred.
Right. And so rather than the issue of bench warrant, we'll do a reset. So reset for defendants. And then we'll investigate the application to the public defender's office because it appears there is one out there. And we'll reset for
October 1st at 9.
October 1st at 9 o'clock. All right, so Ms. Howell does show today and she did call. We've reset this for October 1st at 9 o'clock. I will indicate for the record, this is a vehicle registration issue. So this is not a assault of crime.
Exactly.
Anything else for the record in docket 24 L287 8021, Mr. Guerin?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. I think that's the morning docket.
I believe so.
All right. And then we're all civil this afternoon, it looks like. Why do you say that?
Mr. Cox, are you here in representation of Sparrow?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I'll let Judge know.
Mr. Cox, are you here for the Palace Law Firm on FR Lansing LLC?
No, Your Honor, I'm actually here for Sparrow Hospital on the matter involving Mr. Hoskins.
Mr. Hoskins. Oh, okay. So you're here on Edward R. Sparrow, and Mr. Hoskins is here. All right, let's go ahead and call that case then. Let me bring that up. I saw somebody from the Winners Law Firm here, so I just. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-06045. That's Edward W. Sparrow Hospital versus Terrence Hoskins. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record, Mr. Cox?
Yeah, good afternoon, Your Honor. May it please the court, Keith Cox of Winters and Associates on behalf of the plaintiff P59146.
And sir, you are Terrence Hoskins, is that correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Hoskins?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter, and I will leave it to the parties. This was previously we met on August 6th, 2023. It appears that there were some technical difficulties. We adjourned to today's date. Mr. Cox, did you want the opportunity to speak to Mr. Hoskins before we set this for hearing?
Yeah, it might be helpful. I mean, I don't have the settlement authority to accept the offer he's made, but I can give him an update as to where my client stands on that. So,
all right,
a couple minutes.
All right. So, Mr. Hoskins, would you be amenable to meeting with Mr. Cox in a breakout room, discuss some of the legal issues, and then we come back and put it on the record?
Yes, we can. I know we tried before to meet the breakout room and it didn't work. If it doesn't work, he has my cell phone number. He can call me.
It might work better, Mr. Hoskins, if you shut off your video so we can just hear you, and that'll shut off your audio, and that might take care of any bandwidth problems. So if we just hear your audio as opposed to your video.
Okay.
There you go. Yep, we can hear you fine. So I'm going to place yourself and Mr. Cox in a breakout room, and then we'll go from there. We'll put it back on the record. All right, Mr. Cox?
Yes.
So, Mr. Cox, you'll go to room 1, and Mr. Hoskins, you should get a prompt to go to room 1. All right, we're back on the record in docket 2306-045. That is Edward Sparrow versus Terrence Hoskins. And Mr. Cox, you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Hoskins in a breakout room?
I did, Your Honor. The matter is not settled at this time. An offer is still pending from Mr. Hoskins that my client is still contemplating whether to accept. So I don't know at this point. I think we have a potential plan B with installment payments. So I think there's a strong likelihood the matter resolves. But at this point, I'm not sure if the court wants to adjourn it again or issue a scheduling order. And I'm okay with either.
Yeah, I'm reluctant to do a pretrial statement discovering order but I mean, it's entirely up to the parties. I can do a pretrial statement scheduling order. We can fill it out today. But I would be amenable to grant one more adjournment for 30 days just to see if we do have a resolution or at least more negotiations concerning this case. I guess I'll leave it up to the parties, Mr. Hoskins and Mr. Cox.
Well, Judge, I'm willing to go with the court's initial response on this, which is a final adjournment, just to see if we can work it through.
All right.
And Mr. Hoskins, if that's where we go with this, I would then either call or email you when I hear back from my client. And then we can continue to discuss resolution outside the court, so we don't have to come back necessarily to complete a process that we could do over the phone or by email.
Is that fair, Mr. Hoskins?
Yes, sir. Sounds good to me.
All right. So what I'll do, Mr. Cox, is I'm going to go ahead and set this just for a control date, just to have a date out there in about, I'd say 4 to 6 weeks out. And then I'll wait to hear from the parties if we actually need that hearing date or not.
Okay. Is there a date specific then that I would?
Yep, there is. So I'll set this for control date. And we'll set this on our control date for.
This is already set for 8:30 and 10:23.
8:30 and 10:23. What's it set for?
It's set for a pretrial already on October 23rd.
I don't know. Let's cancel that and let's reset this one.
It was set just. They said it in here. Yes. So let's do October 23rd at 8:30.
So let's do October 23rd at 8:30.
That's good for the plan.
All right. All right. So Mr. Hoskin, we'll set it for October 23rd at 8:30. That's just a control date. So we can come back here for the parties. And if this hasn't been resolved, otherwise I'll wait to hear from the parties to see if we actually need that date or not. All right.
Very good, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hoskins, I'll be back in touch with you when I have a final word on my client on your most recent offer. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 2306-045, Mr. Cox?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Hoskins, do you have any questions of me?
No, I don't.
All right. You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thanks,
All right, thank you. Bye.
Is it me or does that seem loud?
It is super loud. I'm having a hard time hearing.
It just seems loud over there. But let's see. I don't know if Miss Orch is going to be here. And then next to her, Mr. Towrick, who's in a hearing, right?
I don't know if it was a hearing, but he just said he had a matter
All right.
at 1:45 with you, Hannah.
That's Mr. Begg.
I'm having a hard time hearing some of this stuff. Just like,
Mr. Asbach, how are you?
Good, how are you, Judge?
I'm good. What case are you here on?
Actually, I have 2 in-person hearings tomorrow, and I just thought I wanted to ask, I mean, I can't get special permission to zoom in on those, can I?
I completely leave it up to you, but I mean, you get to direct and cross on your own, and if the person who's here wants it live,
Then I might have to come back.
you might have to come back.
Okay,
yeah.
I'll check our schedule, so I can zoom in, and if we come to a consent agreement or a default,
Correct.
that wouldn't be a problem.
I don't have a problem. We'd probably put them on an iPad or something.
Yeah.
That's for tomorrow afternoon.
Yes.
The adversarial hearings, I leave it up to the litigants because they're the ones doing the direct and cross.
Right.
So it becomes a problem for them. Also, the record, I don't think is that good
It's
because
horrible.
we have to record over Zoom.
Right.
But if you think that you're going to meet with them and it may work itself out, I'll leave that up to you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. I'll
Thank you.
see you one way or the other.
All right. What case are you here on, man?
Judge, I have a 2:30.
Ma'am. Oh, she's. Identifier. Ma'am, are you Mariah Head?
Yes.
Okay, you're here for your 2:15.
Yes, sir.
All right, stand by. And we have a couple more cases to call in front of you. So stand by. You're in the right place, all right, ma'am?
Okay. Okay.
Do not see Maria Ortro in the physical courtroom or in the hallway. Mr. Begg, how would you like to proceed?
I would like to proceed with a default judgment for possession. Let me put the numbers on the record here.
Yes.
Rent to retain, $3,463 even. Costs, including statutory attorney fee of $183.10. Total of $3,646.10. Box 4A is checked and 5, 6, and 7 are checked. To my knowledge, the defendant is not a minor, not incompetent, not in the military. And to my knowledge, the plaintiff kept the property fit for the use intended. Writ date September 20th of 2024. May I approach you?
You may. Thank you, Mr. Begg.
Thank you.
So I'm in possession of the default judgment concerning 24-04084. The terms have been placed on the record with the writ date of September 20th. 1, 2, and 4 have been checked, and those terms and numbers were placed on the record. 5, 6, and 7 are checked. Partial payment will not be accepted. I will match the appellate date with the writ date. And I will sign the document accordingly. Mr. Begg indicated that Ms. Orta is not a minor incapacitated in the military service, and the premises was kept for its intended purpose. So we will sign and scan the order, and you can get a copy for your records. Anything else for the record in 24-04084, Mr. Begg?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
You should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you. Sure. Wrong property manager. Oh, okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Begg.
And the gentleman behind me, I mistaken him for property manager. He was here on a different case.
Okay. He's still a property manager. He's just on a different case. And Mr. Burnett, you're here for LAFQ on that. Is that with Mariah Head?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, let's go ahead and call that. That's a 22 case. Have that one. All right, Ms. Head, we'll go ahead and call that case. We're on the record in docket 22-01823. That is LAFQ versus Maria Head. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Burnett.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Joe Burnett. I'm filling in for Tim Smith on behalf of LAFQ today.
All right. And ma'am, you are Maria Head?
I am Mariah Head.
Mariah Head, thank you.
You're welcome.
This is time set for a discovery hearing. Mr. Burnett, I don't know if you've had the opportunity to speak with Mariah Head in a breakout room to discuss some of the matters that led to the pretrial in this, or to an intended pretrial. Would you like that opportunity, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mariah, would you be amenable in meeting with Mr. Burnett in a breakout room? I can place you both in a breakout room so you can do so by Zoom and for some privacy purposes, so you can discuss this matter before we start putting things on the record.
Okay.
All right. So, Mr. Burnett, you should get a prompt to go to room 1. And Ms. Head, you should get also a prompt to go to room 1.
Okay.
This in the check sheet. D's NTA is returned from D's previous address by post office. New notice sent to D's new address. Unclear if notice may arrive before court date. That's a problem. Mhm. Let's see who shows up. I don't think I can hold them and default them if I'm not sure about notice.
I would think that that would be kind of unfair.
Yeah, seems to be. All right, Mr. Dowrick, are you ready to go on Mr. Pyron?
Yes, sir.
All right, have you had the opportunity to discuss the matter with Mr. Pyron?
Yes.
Is that going to be a hearing or is that going to be other than a hearing?
We did not resolve it.
All right.
We need to talk a little bit, I think.
All right, I'm going to take a second because I'm in two people are meeting in a breakout room.
Okay.
So if you want to discuss this a little bit more.
No, we don't need to.
Okay.
You asked me to bring in paperwork.
I asked you if we're doing a hearing, I'm going to ask you to bring in any evidence that needs to be marked.
Yes, sir.
All right. But I'm going to have you wait a second until this other civil hearing is done. And then have you, Mr. Dowrick, have you had any contact with a Michelle Walker?
No, and she's not here.
Okay. We'll call, let me do the civil case and then we'll call that case and then we'll go on the hearing. And this is Ms. Lopez and Mr. Franco.
Yes, sir.
And you're Mr. Porter, are you not the property manager?
Correct.
Have you had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Franco and Ms. Lopez?
Yes.
All right. So everybody's here on that case. Mr. Porter, are you going to be hearing today or have you worked out some other arrangements? All right, so you'll be at the second hearing of the day after we do Mr. Pyron's hearing, okay? So Ms. Baker, are you here on, are you for Woodbridge Apartments or Mr. Sanders?
Woodbridge Apartments.
All right.
Mr. Lum will be appearing in person. And there was a Garn ruling filed, so
He's right here.
Okay.
All right. And have you had the opportunity to speak to one another?
Yes, we have.
All right. Is that going to be, and we've got some hearings today, so is that something that we could take first, or is that something that you want to wait for? We've got two hearings set.
As far as I know, go ahead, Mr. Lum.
All right, so Mr. Lum, you can come up here and let me pull that case up. That is 1-5. I get confused for these new. Yeah, 1-5, 1-5. So we're on the record in docket 1501418. It's Woodbridge Apartments versus William Sanders. Appearances for the record, Miss Baker.
Good afternoon, Denise Baker, P53670 for the plaintiff.
And then Mr. Lum.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Brian Lum on behalf of the defendant.
All right, this is the time set for an objection to the garnishment. This was brought by Woodbridge Apartment. Is that correct, Ms. Baker?
The objection to garnishment is for the defendant, Mr. Sanders.
Right, that's brought by you, Mr. Lum.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And how are we proceeding, Ms. Baker?
A garnishment release was filed with the court on September 9th. Actually, September 6th. It was dated by the court on September 9th. I did forward a copy to Mr. Lum this afternoon. I believe that resolves the matter. The issue, Your Honors, the defendant and his brother both have the same name.
Right. I remember this case.
Very interesting.
So a release has been, so as plaintiff, you've released Mr. Sanders. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, the Mr.
Right.
Sanders that Mr. Lum represents.
Right.
He
And
is
that's a
not
fair statement,
the judgment debtor.
Lum.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So I'm going to indicate all parties appear. A release of William Sanders II was filed. And you indicate that was MI filed, Ms. Baker?
Correct.
I tried to find it on my file. I didn't see it. I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably in our, I would guess it's in our circuit court. It's on our district court to be forwarded. So it hasn't made its way to my sign box. If not, you'll receive an email from me indicating I haven't got it yet, okay? Probably in the next 2 or 3 days. But generally, it takes a couple days to get in. We had this problem earlier with the conditional dismissal where both parties had said we filed it and they had. It just took some time to get. So I will await to sign the release. So anything else on the record in 1501418, Ms. Baker?
Nothing from the plaintiff, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Lum.
A couple of things, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm not sure, Ms. Baker, the copy I had has my client's social security number on it. I don't know if that was redacted before it was filed or not.
And if not, I can redact that.
And we did ask for our costs, Your Honor, given that this was the wrong person.
Yeah, and what costs are you asking for, Mr. Lum? I don't have anything.
Through today, my client's costs were $11.75 in attorney fees.
All right, Ms. Baker, any comment on the cost aspect?
Well, yes, Your Honor, I just don't think they're appropriate. I've never encountered a situation like this where there's brothers that have the exact same name. This was an error that could have occurred. It was not any negligence on our part, and we'd ask that the request for costs be denied. We also promptly released the garnishment as soon as we were able to confirm the date of birth and social security number with the client.
All right, I know we've had this issue come up previously in regards to twin brothers having one letter different in their names. I think that's a reasonable mistake under those circumstances. So I'm going to deny any costs in this matter. I believe that's a reasonable mistake. Anything else? So Ms. Baker, you can prepare an order indicating to redact the social security number if a problem, and that I'm denying the costs in this matter. Anything else for the record in 1501418, Ms. Baker?
Nothing from the plaintiff, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Lum?
No, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your appearance. You're all set.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Lum. They're still in a breakout room, aren't they? Yeah.
Yes, keep Byron.
Is it it's pronounced?
It's like Byron. just-
Okay, Byron. All right, thank you. All right, this is the time set for a formal hearing in the matter. We previously met on all parties met on August 7th today. Tenant has made application for rental assistance. We placed it on abeyance and set it for formal hearing on this date. And it's my understanding that the parties are to have a hearing today concerning this matter. At least it brought evidence for the court to consider. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Dower?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Byron?
Yes.
All right. All right. So why don't we do this? Mr. Dowrick, you're the moving party. I'll swear you in. You can tell me your side of the event since it's just the two of you. And then we'll take in any evidence that has been that the court's going to look at. The other side should have the opportunity to look at it. So Mr. Pyron, has Mr. Dowrick been able to see any evidence that he might have or vice versa?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is that a fair statement? All right. All right. So, Mr. Dowrick, I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. Mr. Dowrick, go ahead and tell me the nature of the complaint here.
Okay, this is a non-payment of rent case.
Okay.
Mr. Byron received Section 8 from the Lansing Housing Commission. The total rent is $1,100 per month. Section 8 pays $775, and he is supposed to pay $325. Mr. Pyron did not pay his $325 in June. He did not pay it in July. He did not pay it in August, and he did not pay it in September.
Okay, and that's all of 2024.
That's June, July, August, September.
Yeah, 2024.
2024, yes.
All right.
So
was there a lease in this?
There is a lease. We have a Section 8 contract as well.
Okay.
The court should have a lease, I believe.
I do. But was he present? Was he under a lease or was he on a month-to-month at this time?
He is on a lease that expires February 28th of 25.
Okay.
The total amount owed with late fees is $1,580. Mr. Pyron did show me where he's got receipts, statements that Tri-County would be paying $709.43 and DHS would pay $80.57. I don't have that money yet. When and if I do, I imagine I will. That leaves those two amounts total $790. He owes $1,580, so there's still another $790 due.
So the $709 from Tri-County, that would be from the Tri-County. And then what was the second one that you indicated?
DHHS for $80.57. Those two total together $790.
And out of the $1,580, how much of that is discounted by the late fees?
Late fees would be 4 months at $70 per month, starting in June.
So it's $280.
Yes.
All right. So let me reiterate that the tenant is supposed to pay $1,100 per month. That $775 is paid by rental assistant or Section 8, which leaves $325. You don't have rent for June, July, August, September, which is at $325 for those 4 months, and then $280 for the late fees. So let me make sure my math is right. Times 4. So that's $1,300. And then $280 for late fees is the $1,580.
Yes.
Okay. And then Mr. Pyron does have in his possession that you've seen a document from Tri-County for $709.43 and DHHS for $80.57, which would be subtracted from the 1580 once you get the money. You have not received the money, and that would leave $790.
Yes, sir.
Exactly. All right. Anything else that you want to tell me about this case? I think I've got, so this is the non-payment of rent for 4 months added, and then some Section 8 rental assistance. But you're indicating that even if you receive that, you'd still be behind 790.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Any other proofs today or anything, any testimony?
Nothing else.
All right. Mr. Pyron, I'm going to swear you in, okay? Do you solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right. Why don't you, and if you have anything for me to look at, go ahead and provide it, and to my court officer, and we'll mark it. All right, so let's see. So let's mark this as Exhibit A and B. And then, Mr. Pyron, you can tell me your side of the events. You heard the nature of the case that is built against you by the plaintiff, Mr. Dowrick. So why don't you tell me the nature of your response?
Okay. I couldn't get help for the last month because this case had already been filed. And I have to get new court papers filed for these 2 months before the VA, because I get mine through HUD ratchet. I'm a disabled veteran. I get mine through the VA. And they want to see, I just can't go in there and say, well, now he wants this much. They're going to say, well, can you bring us proof from the court? When your court date is going to be, how much he's asking for now, so we can assist you. So I got the help I needed for the months that he took me to court for.
And that would be what the exhibit that you provided?
Yes.
Which is Tri-County. I have Tri-County at 709.43, which is that's the indication that you made, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Dowrick. And then DHS paid $80.57.
Yes.
All right. So is there any objection to the admission of A or B?
No objection.
Okay. Without objection, A and B are admitted. Now,
before I can get any help with any ones that are due now, I have to have some type of court document saying that I'm going back to court on this day. I'm being asked to pay X amount of money. Then I could take that down to the Veterans Administration and be able to get help with that part of it. But I can't do that until I get another court date and go through the.
you had this court date of September 10th.
Yes.
And we set this on August 7th.
And I went and got help. You said, go and get the help that you need.
Well, we have to put it in abeyance for 30 days. So we adjourn it for 30 days so you can get any help you might need for your rental assistance.
And I got the help I need.
Right, but you didn't get, you're still short.
Well, that's because I didn't have court papers on the short, only for that particular payment. And that payment got paid. So now before I can get.
Well, when you in August 7th, what did you tell them you were, how much rent was due? It must have been at least 3 months due on August 7th.
No, it wasn't. It was
June, July, and August?
It was 2 months. It was $700. It was 2 months. The third month didn't come about. And this is just now the fourth month. So rent is just now behind 6 days. Because if it's due on the 4th, then they give you a 4-day grace period.
What, have you paid for August?
September. No.
Because we're in September right now.
Yes. So I think I owe them for August because this month ain't even,
But they don't have the money for June or July. You have the confirmation,
confirmation.
but they don't have the money yet.
Well, takes time. They said it might take a week or so. Just like when you use your credit card and they say, we're gonna put it back on, they don't put it back on immediately.
This says the dates for covered for state emergency relief were covered from July 31st, August 29th.
Yes.
So that date has passed.
Well.
And then
that's
August
when
29th, and then this date is valid through October 4th.
That's 'cause
That's the Tri-County is through October 4th.
That's because they haven't received it yet. It's not, I don't know when they are going to release the funds. They just said we're going to release it. And I said, okay.
Well, Mr. Dowrick, I want to make sure you're paid, okay? I think that let's make sure that you receive the money. And if there's additional funds, Mr. Pyron, you're still behind $790.
Yes, I don't
and
disagree with that at all.
all right, so I don't see if you're saying that, I don't see a legal issue here. What I'm seeing is that you've got rental assistance coming, and you've got a date whenever you've got a date and a time, and you know how much it is. It's $790.
Well, it's gonna take me. I don't know how I can. We keep saying it. I got help with the first 2 months. I have the VA, which is gonna help with these 2 months. That he's saying I'm behind, really like a month and 10 days. It ain't really too full.
You're $790 behind,
But I have to have-
and he has not received the money for the first 2 months.
But they said they was gonna pay it.
I know they said that. And I'm willing to give him some weeks to pay it.
Yes.
But I don't want to make Mr. Dowrick wait for his money, and I'm not going to make Mr. Dowrick wait for any longer than he has to.
Well, let's say
That seems fair to me.
it seems fair to me also. Now, let's say within the next 2 weeks, I call him up and say, have you received the money yet?
Well, we're going to come back to court is how we're going to do it.
Yeah.
We're going to come back to court. We're not going to concentrate on the phone. We're all going to come back to court, and I'm going to ask Mr. Dowrick, have you received your money?
Yet?
And have you received, and Mr. Pyron, what you have to do is go back to the agency and say, I've got $790 and I want it, and Mr. Dowrick wants it. But yeah, correct. And I'm probably going to set this sooner than later. All right. So that we can do this in some timely fashion. All right. Because and at least to make sure that the initial payment has been met. So I'm gonna place this adjournment. I understand the nature of the case now. So
It's kind of weird, ain't it?
it is a little weird, but it's not that weird, actually.
That weird for you, no.
I'd like to say that I wish it was unique, but it's really what we're doing is we may be waiting on rental assistance, but I'm going to set a control date and a second hearing date. And a second hearing date. And that will be on 24-04435. I would think that you should have at least an answer or paperwork to Mr. Dowrick for the new from something to indicate that because right now I've got you 790 in the hole.
Right.
And let's schedule it for, and I'm going to let's make copies of these. And then we'll keep the copy and we'll give the back to Mr. Pyron so he knows the agencies he's gone to. All right. But we'll keep it all along, and I'm going to reset it for, I would think 2 to 3 weeks out for the formal hearing. This would be 2 weeks out. All right.
September 25th at 2.
Yeah, it's got, and it's got, we'll do 2 weeks and we'll set it for
September. September 25th at 2 o'clock.
September 25th at 2 o'clock. So this is what I'm looking for, since you've been so candid. We're gonna make copies of this, and I'm going to put this. I'm going to put this same as if we had a preliminary examination, we started the hearing. But this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for some documentation. First of all, Mr. Dowrick will tell me if he's received the money that the $80 and $790 that's due him. And then you have any notice we'll get from our court officer. You'll have that notice to show any additional agency saying, and it's for $790. All right. That's between you, Mr. Dowrick, but that's what I'm looking for in 2 weeks, because if we don't have that in 2 weeks, I'm just going to assume that it's a problem, that this becomes a problem. But I want to give you the opportunity to see if you can, get the money together in the next 2 weeks.
Okay.
And I know you are depending on an agency that's kind of working with you and kind of not. All right. So yeah, that's the nature of bureaucracy. So do you have that date, and you should get that from my court officer.
Okay.
Megan, you can make a copy of that and we'll keep the copies. And then provide Mr. Byron with the originals, and let me set. So we will set this for formal hearing, and I'll write it down what we did. We'll set continued formal hearing on September 25th at 2 o'clock. All right. So, Mr. Dowrick, do you have any questions about the decision of the court? I'm really looking to make sure you get paid, and then additional rental assistance is available.
No question, just a quick comment.
Sure.
I probably shouldn't, but Section 8, the contract is $1,100 per month, of which the defendant's supposed to pay $325. If he had no income, it would be zero. He would pay nothing. Just a crazy idea from an old-fashioned guy. Why don't you pay it? I mean, why don't you pay it? I just go with that word.
Yeah. I told you my daughter graduated high school. I had to have a graduation party. What kind of father would I be? Then she had a baby 3 weeks after she graduated.
All right. So, Mr. Byron, you understand that this place is priority over everything right now.
I
Okay?
know.
All right.
I know it does, but
All right.
being a single father with an 18-year-old daughter just having a baby,
All right.
sometimes that's a priority.
All right. So I will see everybody on the 25th. Thank you for your
Thank you.
patience.
Okay, thank you.
You want to put special folder.
Susie should be covering. You probably have the Keith Jackson.
Yeah, this is gonna be a default down there.
All right.
Before Mr. Burnett is back.
Yes, let's go on Mr. Burnett. All right, Mr. Burnett, you're back on docket 22-01823. As you without a doubt noticed, we were able to at least start a hearing, but we've adjourned it. Did you have the opportunity to speak with Ms. Head in a breakout room?
Yes, Your Honor, and we were able to reach from what I understand would be a resolution. Ms. Head has agreed to a wage assignment. She's paid weekly. She's agreed to $25 per paycheck to go to my client LAFQ. So I at least wanted to put that on the record. And then also she's agreed as part of the subpoena to send us her last 6 months of transactions with the, it's not necessarily a bank, but an app that she uses for banking, I guess you could say. And then also her first pay stub at her new job that she just got, copies of her vehicle title and registration, and then her 2023 tax return. So today I would just ask the court perhaps for a control date to give her time to get those to us. I gave her our address. Just time to get those to us, and then, of course, if we receive everything, we'll cancel the court date.
All right, and Ms. Head, is that a fair statement that Mr. Burnett just indicated concerning that there does seem to be a wage assignment, and then there were some discovery issues concerning the last pay stub and things of that nature that were placed on the record? Was that all fair statement, Ms. Head? You'll have to unmute. And,
Yes, sir.
okay, so I will grant the motion for an adjournment and control date in this matter for discovery to be finished and the wage assignment to go through. Ms. Heads indicated that that was the nature of the discussion. And I would think 30 days, Mr. Burnett, is that fair?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll set it for control date 30 days out.
I'm not sure if I'm losing service on my end.
Go ahead, Ms. Head, I can't hear you.
I can't hear. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Say it again, ma'am.
Hello?
All I heard was I'm not sure.
Okay, because I couldn't hear anything that you said probably within the last minute because my service, I believe, it was going in and out.
All right. So you understand that Mr. Burnett has indicated there's some discovery outstanding, that you discussed a
Yes.
wage assignment, and I'm going to put a control date so that all the discovery measures are sufficient to be made up by yourself in regards to what they've requested. So I'm going to set it for control date. Is that your understanding what we're doing here today?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so I'll set it a control date out for 30 days for
October 10th at 1:30.
October 10th at 1:30.
Okay.
So that is available by Zoom. And Mr. Burnett, that will be the date on October 10th. You can let us know if we still need the hearing or if you've received everything through the discovery process that fits your needs, okay?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Do you have any questions of me, Ms. Head?
No, sir.
All right. Then I will see everybody on October 10th at 1:30, or I will be notified by the litigants as to whether we need that date or not.
Okay.
That's all for the record in 2201823. Anything else, Mr. Burnett?
That is all. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Head, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right, so the Capital Commons representative, is Ms. Britt present?
Ms. Britt?
Yes.
All right. And have you had the opportunity to meet with Ms. Britt, or is that going to be a hearing?
I have not, because I'm not sure if she's obtained counsel. So.
Ms. Britt, have you obtained counsel today in any way?
No, the legal services of South Central Michigan
We did not receive an appearance from them.
chose not to.
All right.
represent me.
Would you like to talk to a legal representative before we have a hearing? We have a hearing in front of you right now. So you might as well take the time to speak with the representative, the legal representative, because I don't know how long the hearing will go.
Yes, how could I do that?
He's right there.
Representative of Capital Commons. You
Right.
want to speak to me.
No, he lied in an email.
All right. Well, right. So I get the general gist of that one.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. So you can have a seat. We're gonna have another hearing first, and then we'll have your hearing.
Okay.
All right. So Stephen Porter. All right, you can come forward, and you'd be sitting at the plaintiff's.
Okay.
So it's close to the jury, and then Adam Franco and Teresa Lopez. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24036668. That is Stephen Porter versus Teresa Lopez and Adam Franco. Will the parties please indicate their appearance for the record? Mr. Porter.
Mr. Porter right here.
Okay, so you are Stephen Porter, sir?
Correct.
All right. And then, ma'am, you are Teresa Lopez, is that correct?
Yes.
And sir, you are Adam Franco, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is a time set for a hearing in the matter. We was previously started this on August 7th. So, and we had another hearing on September 4th. And Mr. Porter, you indicated that this is going to be a hearing on the matter. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
All right. And then Ms. Lopez, Mr. Franco, that's your understanding this is going to be a hearing on the matter?
Yes.
All right. All right. So Mr. Porter, what I'm going to do is I'm going to swear you in, and then you are the moving party in this case. You filed the complaint, and I'm going to hear, not unlike some of the other hearings, I'm going to hear what you have to say and any evidence you brought in this matter. All right?
Okay.
All right. So please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Correct.
All right. All right, Mr. Porter, why don't you tell me the nature of the complaint you filed?
Non-payment of rent.
Okay, so this is a non-payment of rent case. It's listed as a termination of tenancy, which is a violation of the lease.
Correct.
All right. So is this a non-payment of rent or a termination of tenancy?
Actually, both.
All right. You've only filed, I only have it as a termination of tenancy, which means they violated the lease somehow.
Correct.
I don't have it as a non-payment of rent.
All right. Well,
but
I'm kind of new at this.
I understand. I'm just telling you, but a violation, as long as the lease indicated what they were going to pay a month, you do have the allegation is that they violated their lease somehow. When was the expiration on the lease?
I believe the original lease was over.
The lease that you're alleging that Mr. Franco and Ms. Lopez signed?
June 1st of 2022.
So have they been on a month-to-month since then?
Yes.
All right.
And Ms.
So
Lopez,
hold on just a second. Okay. So they've been on a month-to-month since June of 2022.
Yep.
You understand a month-to-month means that you can file that that they have violated the lease at any time after that.
Correct.
All right. All right. And the indication on the lease per month, what was rent?
Originally 800.
Okay, originally 800.
And
why did that change from originally $800?
After the first 12-month term.
So what was the first 12-month term?
800 a month.
Okay, but what in date time was that?
Oh, June 1st of 2021 to June 1st of 2022.
All right. All right, you can continue.
And
so that was $800 a month for the first month of rent, for the first year of rent.
Yes.
Okay.
And then after they went on month to month, I kept the rent the same for another year. And
so if they were $800 a month from June of 2022 to June of 2023.
Correct.
All right.
June of 2023, I raised the rent to $850.
All right. So it was raised to $850 in June of 2023.
Correct.
And was that pursuant to anything in writing that you placed in writing, or was that pursuant to just month to month, what they were paying month to month?
Month to month.
All right. And how long did they make that $850 payment?
About from June to July or August.
So June of 2022.
June of 2023.
June of 2023.
At $850.
To July of August of 2023?
Correct.
And you don't have anything more specific than July or August of 2023?
No, only money order receipts.
And do you have those with you?
Yes.
Okay. So do those receipts, they go through August of 2023?
Yes.
All right.
The last one on here is dated, well, actually is dated June, July. Reason being is because in June, July, they were already late on rents.
All right. So what was the last?
Catch up.
So what's the last date that they did not pay rent?
Basically.
Not basically, what month of 2023?
I think August.
And that was $850. So they didn't pay August. So they paid August. They didn't pay September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, into this month, into September.
Correct.
So you're alleging that they violated the lease by not paying $850 rent for 13 months.
I'd say 11.
11 months?
Yeah.
All right, and that's at 850. Are there any, so 850 times 11?
Correct.
Is $9,350.
Correct.
And then are there any late fees associated with that?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, so it's 11 months rent on a month to month at $850 a month, 900 and with the sum of $9,350. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Porter?
No, you told me to
Oh, I wanted any verification, bank verification or anything. But do you have that?
Yes.
All right. Have you had the opportunity to show that to Ms. Lopez or Mr. Franco?
No, sir.
All right. You can go ahead and show it to him and then. Mr. Porter, was that lease written in a term, and I have it as part of this. So I'll bring it up. So I have the initial summons and complaint. This looks like let's see.
I do have the original lease, but I wasn't able to obtain a copy of it.
All right.
I got here today.
Do you have the original lease?
Yeah.
All right, let me see that. And do you have the original lease? Give them the opportunity to see it and then bring it forward. That would be the lease that Mr. Franco and Mr. Franco and Ms. Lopez signed.
Well, she was not on the original.
I was not on the original one.
Only on the.
I didn't come in until January of 22.
Okay. So they've been on a month to month since June of 2022.
I believe that there was another lease from 22 to 23.
All right, you're going to get the opportunity to testify, and so you're fine. I'm just making sure that you get the opportunity to see the documents before they're admitted.
These top money orders are not right.
What's that?
These top money orders are not correct.
All right, so you're contesting that.
Yeah.
All right.
No, those for their, I forgot to, those are from a different tenant, but they were all on a printout receipt. And see,
All right. So,
I have to go and get them.
so I'll get to hear, I'll hear from your side what you're contesting here. You've had the opportunity to see those documents, ma'am? All right. So go ahead and bring those and let's go ahead and mark those. So we're gonna have these marked. These are checks and the original, this is not the original lease, right? June of 2021 to June of 2022.
That's the original.
But that wouldn't make any sense because Miss Lopez is not on this, or Miss
No,
Lopez is not on this.
she's-
So this is not the lease you sued under.
You mean, no, I'm suing under a month-to-month agreement. with
Okay,
Cal Frank.
all right.
That lease was expired before they became default.
All right, so you placed her on the month-to-month, well, because she's another occupant. But
Yeah.
she's not on the lease.
She's not nowhere on the documentation.
All right, let's have that marked as exhibits 1 and 2. And I understand you're contesting part of this, but I'm gonna admit those, and then you can tell me what part you're contesting. So I'm gonna admit plaintiffs exhibit 1 and 2. Mr. Porter, anything else concerning your allegation and complaint?
No, I'm curious to as what's gonna be the outcome of me being uneducated as far as trying to file or get judgment for.
I'll tell you afterwards, all right?
Okay.
Yeah, because, but I think I have here what, but I can give you some, well, we'll worry about that after the hearing.
Okay.
All right. So do you have any further proofs today, Mr. Porter?
No.
All right. All right. Which Mr. Lopez or Mr. Franco or Ms. Lopez, who would you like to testify first?
I'll go first.
Okay, so Ms. Lopez, I'm going to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? All right. Why don't you tell me in response to this, when did you get involved in this case? Because you're not on the lease.
I came in the week of 21 of
Okay.
December.
December of 2021.
Yep, I had just left my ex-husband and I was going through some things. I came home. My brother gave me a stay to stay at the house and I would help him pay the bills, which I did, and he moved out.
All
So
right, so-
after he moved out in 22, which was the first January 22, it was me by myself and my daughters.
All right, and this allegation is for the last 11 months.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
So there's no, you were in at that time.
Yes.
All right. All right, go
But I
ahead.
had no lease. It was just a month-to-month, word-to-word, word by mouth. I paid it when I possibly could, and he knew my schedule. When I had rent, it took him 2 or 3 months to come pick it up. The first few times I did it with him to come pick it up, I felt very uncomfortable with him coming. I always, after that, had somebody be there with me when he came. When I've asked him to fix things at the house, he would not do it.
Did you place any of that in writing?
No, I didn't.
Okay,
No, I
do you have
didn't.
anything in writing asking him to fix things in the house?
No, I did. I did on my old phone on text, but I don't have that phone no more.
All right, so there's nothing in writing indicating to fix any of the premises? All right,
And living in mold still, that he only came to the house once a year when city
is
inspection.
any of that in writing?
No, I have pictures of.
Okay, but are the pictures dated as to the date that you allege it happened?
I don't, but it's still there. It's still there.
All right,
I'm still.
but the pictures are the only pictures count. That I will tell you, they're only persuasive to me if they're dated for the date and time, and you're testifying that this was the premises a year ago, 2 years ago, because a picture can mean anything unless it's dated.
Right.
So is that picture dated to the time, although you did not place it in writing?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
No, I had it on my old phone, like I said, my old
All right.
phone completely
All
broken. I
right.
don't have it.
All right, please continue, ma'am.
So anyways, I've talked to him a few times on the phone. At this point in time, I was like, I'm trying to reach out to you. We have PO box, that PO box got shut down. So we didn't have no address. He was always switching his phone number. I mean, like, how was I really to get a hold of him to give him his rent?
You didn't have a way to give him his money?
No,
How did you give them to him previously?
I would give it to him by money order and he would come pick it up at 3-4 months at a time. He wouldn't come get it on the first of the month. He would wait. Because every time I would tell him I'm home, because I was working 2 jobs. I go home from one job to go to the next job. Come home. That's how my schedule was.
So
And he knew that.
so you just thought that you could live rent free
No, I
for
didn't.
3 or
No,
4
I
months at
didn't.
a time until he picked up his money.
No, because that's how he was. That's just how he was.
All
He,
right.
he would call and say, I'm gonna come pick it up. Okay, I'm waiting. I'd be there waiting for hours before I have to go to my next job, never come pick it up. He
Okay.
would call. Or he would call and say something comes up, I can't be there.
So are you disputing the fact that you've paid the past 11 months of rent?
No, I haven't. I've like held on to it because I was waiting.
And where,
But-
and is that money in escrow?
Yes, it is,
Okay, where?
in my bank account. Yeah,
But have you put it aside? Have you put it aside in your bank account indicating this is rent money in a separate account?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Do you have proof of that today?
I don't have it with me today.
You don't have anything along the lines today?
Not today.
That you have essentially $9,350 placed in escrow for the past 11 months?
Yeah, I don't have it.
Okay. Is that something you could get?
I could.
You could get proof of an escrow account of $9,350.
Well, not the 900.
It's
but-
9,000,
Yeah, not 9,000, but 6,000 of it, yes.
but you owe 9,350 is
I
the
had-
allegation.
At that point in time, I had stopped because I had.
So you did stop at some point in time.
Yes.
And when did you stop?
It's been about 4 months now, 5 months.
So you haven't placed money in escrow for the last 4 months? All right, you can continue, ma'am.
Other than that, yeah, that's just about it really. Because right now at this point in time, I can't prove nothing, so.
All right, so you're not disputing the fact that you owe the money, that the money has been placed at least 6,000. You indicate to the court you don't have proof of escrow today, but you could provide proof of $6,000 escrow, but you stopped paying full $850 about 4 months ago.
Yes.
Okay. And part of that is because Mr. Porter did not make himself available to get the rent payment.
Correct.
All right.
And I wasn't here at the last hearing. I had to work and I couldn't get nobody.
Right, and so that's why we set this, so both parties would be present.
Correct.
All right. All right, is there anything else you'd like to add to your testimony, Ms. Lopez?
No.
All right. And then Mr. Franco, I got a little bit of discussion from you last time, but let's please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? All right. So, Mr. Franco, tell me, you were on the original lease.
Right.
All right. So, and then you kind of stepped out and stepped back in. Why don't you tell me about that?
As my sister contested before, Mr. Porter was a hard person to get a hold of. He didn't, when I rented from him, he didn't get his rent for 2-3 months. Since I've known him, he's got over 30 different phone numbers. And I tried to settle with Mr. Porter last time I was here. I offered him $4,000 and to try to get some money, less money as soon as I could. I haven't even spoken to my sister. And then today I offered to settle with him. I'm dealing with Maria in the admin house. She has helped me in the past. I am the owner of the property in the home next to Mr. Porter that we are renting. So we're gonna be together for a long time. So I was really trying to settle this. And that's where I am.
When you were at the you stayed at the residence and then you were out of the residence for a while. How long were you out of the residence for?
It's been a year.
So since at least I'd say August, September of 2023.
Maybe a little bit before, but I don't guess.
And then during that time, if you've been out, you don't know if rent's been paid to Mr. Porter at the $850
Well, I
rent.
spoke to her a couple of times and, she said the same thing that I was, he'd come around for me for, she wasn't able to get a hold of him. Now, I know he lives close, and I've never had no problem with Mr. Porter. I think he's been fair. But that's the ongoing problem.
All right. All right, Mr. Porter, how do you respond to their allegation that Miss Lopez has had trouble finding you in order to make payment?
I will agree that there are times when I have been late to come pick up the payments. When I first signed the lease with this guy, Mr. Franco, he was supposed to put the money orders in a PO box, going to a PO box. Every time I tried to get him to do that, he got spooked one time. It was like the second month that he paid rent. Sent the money.
Well, let's talk about the last 11 months.
Last
Have you been
11
available to get, because that's what you're alleging, the last 11 months have not been paid.
I have a home phone number, 517-528-8531. I've always told them, call that number. Now, I will call them from a different number on occasion about rentals and things like that, repairs, just to communicate. But I've always told them I have a home phone number. It's been the same for 3 or 4 years. 517-528-8531. My home phone number is a cell phone, so you do not have to just leave a voicemail. You can actually like text it.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Porter, you live next door to Mr. Franco.
No.
The property we're renting.
Oh, the property you're renting.
It's adjacent to mine.
His mother lives next door.
Okay.
And he rents my house.
All right. Any other proofs, Mr. Porter or Mr. Franco or Ms. Lopez? All right. Well, based on it, it appears that the plaintiff, which is Mr. Porter, has met his burden by preponderance of the evidence. There does seem to be unpaid rent. It is not ideal. There does seem to be some difficulty in getting the payment to you. The law requires escrow and everything in writing concerning any tenant complaint. Okay, so it does require that money be placed in escrow that is in controversy, so to speak, and then any fix up, for instance, the mold, be placed in writing. Okay, and I don't have any of that today. I don't have any documentation of that. So that's for future reference. All right, for future reference, when you're staying in a place, Mr. Porter, you indicated those are the things you have to fix when it's placed in writing or when it's in escrow. Okay, that's when there's an indication. And Ms. Lopez, I'm telling you, just so you know, that if you put it in writing, it's there for everybody to see, and therefore you can bring it in and show the court. And that might change the nature of the non-payment or the lease arrangement. At least it's evidence. Okay. So is the escrow. Any money that's put in escrow would potentially be at a hearing semblance would be evidence. But I do find that the plaintiff has supported the burden of proof by a preponderance of the evidence for rent of the last 11 months at $850 a month, which comes out to $9,350 in past month, which is a violation of the month-to-month release. So what this indicates to you is, Ms. Lopez, how fast can you move out? Because Mr. Porter doesn't want your stuff on the corner. The court doesn't want your stuff on the corner. You don't want your stuff on the corner. So give us a realistic time frame of what's that? All right. Do we have I'm going to do an order. They're both for Mr. Franco. Can you, I think you can put them both on one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll write it in.
But they're not, because the suit is is to Adam Franco and Teresa Lopez is the suit. I don't think I have to have, and they both went to hearing, so they're not. Should be D1 and D2.
Just what I printed and you're telling me. And
It is, it's Mr. Franco twice on this. I can just write her in on this.
let's do that because it's not letting me over it.
All right, so I am in possession of a landlord tenant order that I would sign after hearing. And there's now due payment for non-payment purposes. This is a termination of tenancy, but it does appear to be in the realm of not paying rent. So the rent to retain possession would be $9,350 for a total amount of $9,350. 4A is checked. And you indicated about 30 days. Mr. Porter, this has come to hearing. I have some discretion. Usually it's about 10 days. I think I could extend it to 21 to 28 days if she's out at that time. Then you would retain possession. You'd have to turn over the keys and everything. Mr. Porter.
So you're saying instead of 10 days, it'd be 21 days?
I'd give her an extra 11 days to get out. Yes.
I give her that.
All right. So I'm going to give you till, this is September 10th. Yeah, 21 days.
October 1st.
So it'd be October 1st, 2024. So you should be out before October 1st, 2024, or come up with the $9,350 that you owe for past rent, okay? The defendant may be liable for money damages. Acceptance or partial payment will not prevent the court from issuing an order evicting. So we're not accepting partial payment. There's no money judgment entered at this time. Okay, so I placed that on the record. It's $9,350 past rent, and it should be due vacate or pay by October 1st, 2024. Do you understand, sir? All right. Ms. Lopez, do you understand that those are the dates we're dealing with? Okay. I'm gonna set the 10-day September 20th date for appellate purposes. And I will sign the judgment after hearing accordingly. And then you should each get a copy for your records, okay? All right, so I'll indicate that I did the order. So I've already done the order for Mr. Porter. So the pay or vacate date is indicated as October 1st. And the order has been and will be signed and scanned. Any questions concerning this file, Mr. Porter?
No, sir.
All right, I'm going to give exhibits 1 and 2 back to you. Any questions for the court, Ms. Lopez or Mr. Franco? All right.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna provide a copy of it. If we're gonna sign and scan it, and you should receive a copy for your records. All right. That's all for the record in this file. As to Nothing's coming up. What's that? Did I what?
Reset the viewing timing.
No, I did not. I have now, but nothing comes up and I don't know why. No hearing jacket, nothing.
Guess we're done. Was that layout?
So let's. I don't know why. There's an error in initializing the form. Court names.
I can still see that.
Okay, I'm gonna add note and say. It's just taking forever.
It's moving slow. It knows you want it to go fast.
I just wanted to go.
Mine's actually a little funky too.
Yeah, it's just.
Trying to importance judgment, that's not working.
All right. Let's do that one. We have Capital Commons versus Patricia Britt. Getting this error message. All right.
If there's any consent or any other, might be a little quicker than us. I don't want to keep anybody.
Well, let's see. We've
In terms of how
got.
these go, this might not be the quickest.
Let's see what else we have. I appreciate that. Is there a Kyle Dubois and an Arian Gibson? Have you had the opportunity to speak? You are the plaintiff and the defense in the case. And it's set for termination of tenancy hearing. Are you going to hearing today or are you? All right, so you can stand in line, okay. And then Skyline Apartments and Roxanne Gonzalez.
Yes, Judge, I heard she's on Zoom, so I could go down the hall and log in. And we
All
can
right.
Put us in a breakout
All
room so
right.
we can talk.
All right. Ms. Gonzalez, you are on Zoom, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
And you know you're supposed to be here in person for the hearing?
I was not aware of that. No, I was not aware of that.
All right, I'm going to give you the opportunity to speak to the lawyer in the case in regards to this file, okay? So once he joins the Zoom call, I'm going to place you both in a breakout room, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. All right. And is there a BSJ Real Estate and Jay Vincent and Julie Vincent? Okay, is there a representative of BSJ Real Estate here?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Corey McCord.
Oh, that's you, Mr. McCord?
It is. So I apologize, Your Honor. This made its way to my calendar as a Zoom free trial. As I'm staring at this notice, I noticed it's an in-person trial.
I really can't hear with both you and him going on. So. All right, so Mr. McCord, you are breaking up right now. Your technology is breaking up. I do have Mr. Vincent here. This is set for hearing today on a termination of tenancy. Did you want the opportunity to speak to Mr. Vincent in regards to this file?
Yes, I think that would be productive.
All right. So, Mr. Vincent, would you be amenable to speaking to Mr. McCord in a breakout room? What I would do is I'd most likely turn you over to my court officer. They put you on an iPad, and then you can go from there.
Yes.
All right. All right. So let's put Mr. Bach in with
I just did that.
with Roxanne G. All right. And Mr. McCord, I'm going to put you in room 2. And then once Mr. Vincent is ready to go, we'll place him in room 2 also. All right.
Perfect. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. All right. So let's go on Capital Commons, Mr. Capital Commons Senior and Patricia Britt.
Ready, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24041113. That is Capital Commons versus Patricia Britt. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? I sure got this correct because I've got an old one up here.
Patricia Brent, 500 South Pine, apartment 1006, Lansing, Michigan, 48933.
All right, ma'am, I'm gonna have you do that again. I just want to call the case up. All right. From Capital Commons.
Your Honor, James Cromer, P63503 on behalf of the plaintiff, and to my left is Lisa Bond, who's a representative from Capital Commons.
All right, thank you. And ma'am, you once again are Patricia Britt, is that correct?
Yes, Patricia Britt, 500 South Pine, apartment 1006, Lansing, Michigan, 48933.
All right.
I have the escrow.
You're gonna have time to put all that once we take evidence. So go ahead and have a seat, ma'am. Because this is a moving party, so I'll take evidence after you're given the opportunity to hear the case of the moving party. All right, this is set for formal hearing today. And Mr. Is it Comer?
Gromer, G-R-O-M-E-R.
Okay. Mr. Gromer, are you ready to proceed with the formal hearing?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Your Honor, James Cromer, P63503 on behalf of the plaintiff. Your Honor, in 20 some odd years, I don't do typically many openings, but I will today. This is a termination of tenancy. This is one of these cases that as lawyers, nobody really appreciates.
Right.
As a termination for a specific incident, which was the culmination of several years of concern as to whether or not Ms. Britt either had the ability or the capability to control some of her actions within the property. I'll be honest with you, 5 years ago, we didn't have conversations about whether or not people could live independently. As the court is probably aware, and in my industry, we're well aware, the duties have changed for landlords. We've become ultimately responsible for the people, not only the people that live with us and the employees, but also for the safety of the residents, not only just Ms. Britt, but the people around it. We've all had family members. And so today, the lease termination is clear within the notice. Your Honor, this is a material termination of lease for an incident that happened at the property. I do have a few witnesses, but I will try and speed it up if that's possible.
All right. And what is the provision of the lease that has been violated?
Your Honor, within the notice, it's 12D, C, D, E, H, K, and L. And then it leads to termination in accordance with paragraph 23. And Your Honor, I don't think I've had a trial before you. I mean, both of these are trial exhibits within the summons and complaints. I'm not sure if you prefer that those be entered formally by a witness. Be happy to do so.
I have those. Those should have been part of the original complaint.
They were a part of the original complaint, Your Honor.
All right. So I'm going to have them as they're part of the court file at this time. And then I'll take in any exhibits you want in order to enhance your case or persuade your case. But I do have the original lease as part of an exhibit.
All right, Your Honor, then I will move forward and call my first witness if Ms. Britt does not have a specific opening.
All right, Ms. Britt, do you have an opening statement in this matter?
Yes.
All right, you may proceed with your opening statement. Opening statement is really a preview of the evidence, ma'am. So it's not an actual providing testimony. It's just indicating why to the court, why you believe that this is not a valid termination of tenancy case.
I'd like to read a statement if I can.
You can read whatever you'd like, ma'am.
Okay. I'm ADA from childhood trauma, and I've been at Capital Commons Senior for 16 years since 2008 with no destruction of property of any kind. I've never missed a rent payment or been late in all the time that I have been at Capital Commons. This is a retaliatory rigged eviction after hundreds of emails about non-professional behavior. Since May, Capital Commons Senior management has rejected every attempt for me to pay my rent. I have established an escrow account has been established with all of the rent money in that account. The recertification was due on 9/7/2024. So they can move to try to kick me out even if I win this case. Capital Commons Senior says that I purposely flooded my own apartment. I was told not to use the hot water while maintenance went for a part. They didn't go while maintenance ordered a part. I started the dishwasher, not making the association that that hot water would flood my apartment. I called the 800 emergency line that night immediately to notify Capital Commons Senior because I didn't want mold to build up in the apartment and I knew the carpet would have to be replaced. And they did not replace it. I am asking you to reject management's allegation that I flooded my own apartment on purpose. They intentionally did it to ruin my ebony jet collection, my medical documents, etc. Truly, that is not the case that I flooded my own apartment, which would only make my life worse in the destruction of my own property. And like I said, the escrow account has been established. A CMH worker composed a letter that I'd like to submit.
Okay, this is just an opening statement, so we're gonna wait for your proof. Do you have anything else to say in your opening statement?
What he said was not correct. I was presented with these 3 documents.
All right.
When I requested.
So you're gonna have the opportunity to provide that all to the court. What you're indicating today is those documents are proof of that you did not flood the apartment.
Yes, and I had to request these documents from the office. I was not served by a process server or a corporation employee. They didn't want to give me these documents. And there was a Latin male in the service elevator who was in a brown jacket, who looked like a process server, who got on the elevator with me. There was no conversation. And they have done so much malicious mischief in that apartment complex. I told my family about it. And I sent an email to this gentleman as well. He said, that's a racist comment. I said, it's a descriptive comment. And I believe that, I don't know whose payroll that male was on. And I don't know if he was actually process serving that day with another apartment, because they kicked out numerous residents in the last few months. They have moved.
Okay, so you're going beyond an opening statement. Is this,
okay.
This is intended that you're going to testify to this?
Yes.
All right, then I'm going to swear you in later. Is there anything else you have as a preview of the evidence, ma'am? All right.
I have hundreds of emails, but I didn't realize that I should have brought some with me. I do have a few photos on my phone.
I can't, any evidence has to be able to be marked.
Okay.
All right. And this was the time set for formal hearing, has been indicated in the past. All right.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so opening statements are done. Mr. Gromer, you may proceed.
You state your name for the record.
Lisa Bond.
Honor, we swear, Ms. Bond.
Yeah, Ms. Bond, you can stand up. Please spell and state your first name and last name for the record.
Lisa, Lisa, Bond, B-O-N-D.
Okay, and then do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Bond, I'm going to have you go ahead and step up and take the stand. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow the attorney to ask you questions. Any questions that under cross-examine that Miss Britt has will go through me. Okay. All right. All right. Mr. Gromer, you may proceed.
Are you familiar with I'm sorry, tell me your title.
I am the Director of Property Management for First Housing Corporation.
And you're familiar with the books and records of Capital Commons Senior, 500 Pine Street, Unit 1006, and Miss Patricia Britt?
Yes.
And have you been aware of, to concede the fact Miss Britt says she sent hundreds of emails? Do you concede that?
I guess.
Okay. You think at least 100 emails?
Yes.
Okay. And you've been receiving these emails for how long, would you guess?
Periodically, I don't know, for the last several years.
Okay. And would you say in the last 6 months that you've received an influx of these emails? Okay. And we'll get to that in a second, but at that time, you didn't move to terminate the tenancy based on those emails, correct?
No.
Okay. And eventually, there was an incident, and you can't testify to this, you don't have firsthand knowledge, but there was an incident at the property, which she's acknowledged regarding the flood that led you to terminate the tenancy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And you made the decision at that point in time to terminate the lease based on that.
That's correct.
Okay. And why did you do that?
She damaged the property. We're a little concerned for the other residents in the property. The water transposed down to the units below her. Unsafe. We're looking out for the property and for Ms. Britt as well.
Okay. And as some of the complaints, and I'm not going to, I will if Your Honor requests me to, but I'm just going to go through. I mean, we've all conceded she's would like to bring forward hundreds of emails. We'll concede to that, but just some of the highlights of the things that she's requested that you do over the last 6 months. Okay.
Sure. Most recently, we received an email regarding a condom that was left in the lobby area on one of the tables.
In a wrapper?
In a wrapper.
Okay.
Used.
And she expected what to occur from that?
She wanted our sexual harassment policy regarding ever since the Larry Nassar case and Joel Ferguson and the MSU Board of Trustees.
Okay. And did you know how to respond to that?
I have no idea.
Okay. And when you say you received emails on that, how many emails do you think you received based on that?
Several.
Okay. And you and the other property people received emails on that?
Yes, there are several people involved in that email.
Okay. And I know we're going to go just a few, but we're talking, I mean, I think she said hundreds of emails, literally, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so tell me, what was the other one regarding the rice?
Apparently there was rice left out I'm not sure where it was left out, but she was very concerned. She wanted it disposed of. She was afraid it was expired rice and that somebody could eat it and get sick from it. She called emergency or 1-800 emergency maintenance and wanted them to come out and dispose of it. She also got her security company involved on that one.
Okay. And back to the condom thing, in some of those emails, she became concerned that she couldn't do her laundry because there was a pedophile because of the condom and the.
Correct, yes. And as well as accusing us of sexual harassment.
Okay. And then another slew of portions of the emails. Can you talk to us about these pictures of these missing people that used to live there?
Yes. I am really not sure. We received an email regarding some pictures of some.
Don't go through your notes in front of them.
Okay.
Go ahead. Just do it by memory. She's told her, I just don't want to violate
She
any rules.
emailed regarding some pictures of some females that she was concerned about and missing persons, things of that nature. Wanted us to call the police, things of that nature.
All right.
And again, we didn't know how to respond.
And this dealt with the vice president of the company, attempted to get to
Yes.
Joel Ferguson, defended you. Do you have any idea still to this day what that was about?
No.
Okay. And then was there concerns also regarding the relationship between security guards and the people on the property? Do you remember those emails?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that about? Or if you know.
She was concerned that employees of Capital Commons had relations with either security card company, which they do not. That's about all I can say to that one.
Okay. Another note, any idea what means presumably MA white and mixed toddler child missing in the Lansing area that you're supposed to investigate?
I have no idea.
Okay. And these emails, who are they being sent to?
There's a range of individuals listed. Sometimes it's myself, sometimes it's my David Gershak, the executive vice president, the property, the governor, Michigan State Housing Development Authority. She'll reach out to the Michigan Multi-Asset Manager Group. Rod Harris, I believe he's a relative.
Okay.
A range of people.
All right. And on what percentage of these emails, when you receive these emails, I mean, just being blunt, I mean, do you have an ability to even understand what these emails are saying and what you're being asked to do?
No.
Okay. And And anytime you've had sort of to pick within this for responses regarding fixing the property, you've done that, correct?
Correct.
All right. Just briefly, since we heard it, I'm sorry, do you have any idea regarding the emails regarding you being the church member and the ballet picture of your daughter?
I have no idea.
Okay, you want to tell us a little bit about that? What the emails from your memory?
Yeah, basically she said that she had met me previously at a church, and I had a flyer for my daughter for ballet.
Okay. And since you've been receiving these emails, would you say that, you know, it's become more difficult for you to understand what's sort of occurring?
Yes.
Okay. And then after the most recent incident of the damage to the property, you became concerned enough to terminate the lease. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. I have no further questions.
One question, what was the date of the flooding of the apartment?
I don't remember offhand.
Do you remember what month it was?
I believe it was in April.
I can refresh your memory with the notice.
All right.
And Your Honor, if you prefer.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm gonna approach. This is the 30-day notice.
Yes.
Okay. And you see in there, it gives the date in April.
Yes, April 17th. And then April 19th.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'm also giving the same exhibit that I'm showing, so I can give it to
All
Ms.
right.
Britt regarding the notice.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Ms. Britt, do you have any questions for the witness? And you can ask them of me, and then I will reiterate. They must be placed in a question format. If they're not, then I'm going to tell you that I'm going to give you the opportunity to make a statement, but that would be at a later time. So ask me any questions that you have.
In my email, did I ask if you attended St. Stephen's Church formerly?
Okay, so that's one question. In the email, do you recall if that was asked?
I believe she referenced that church, yes.
So the answer to that is yes.
I'm
Joe
sorry.
Ferguson has,
I don't attend that church.
All right, you're just indicating that you.
She did ask me
She
that,
did ask
yes,
that,
yes.
okay. So the
A
answer to
black-
that is you
it was
did
a-
make a reference to
it
that
was
in
a
your email.
black female with the same name.
That's a statement, so now you're providing evidence. I'm gonna give you the opportunity to do that, but this isn't the time for that. So you can ask me any questions. The answer is yes, that was in your statement. That was in your email.
Are you aware that Joe Ferguson resigned as an MSU trustee because of sexual harassment?
Okay, so my question is I can ask you that, but I don't see the relevance in regards to this termination of tenancy.
Because
So tell me how that's relevant.
to allow a condom to be on the table. I reported an incident similar to this 3 or 4 times.
All right, so
They
you're
have not
making a statement now. I'm gonna allow you to make a statement later,
They
okay?
have not established a sexual harassment policy.
Correct.
In the email that I sent about the photo of the 2 females that stayed on the bulletin board for 6 months, I asked why it hadn't been removed by Capital Commons senior personnel or total security when it's putting those females at risk.
So your question is?
Did I ask for it to be removed and reported to the police?
Do you recall if that was a question in the email that it be removed and reported to police?
I'd have to look at the email again.
Okay, so you don't
don't
remember.
recall.
She doesn't remember, ma'am.
Would you know what that meant, by the way?
No.
Yeah, that was. I mean, you could acknowledge it's probably in the email. We'll concede that
Yes,
it's in the.
yes,
It
I'm
might
sure
be
that-
in the email.
It might not,
so
but nobody,
Yes.
yeah, but
All right, so it may have been in the email, one of many. She just doesn't remember the contents of every
Yeah,
email.
I'll stipulate that's in the email. I've seen it.
Okay. All
So
right.
just to help, yeah, absolutely, it's in the email.
All right.
Did you review emails from Elsa Tydek on my request that the repairs that the city of Lansing listed be fixed? And they weren't fixed for 7 to
Right.
8 months.
So let's ask one question at a time. Are you asking, did the city of Lansing ask the repairs be done?
I'm asking, did she review the emails from the previous manager, Elsa Tydek?
Okay,
where I asked-
did you review the emails from the previous manager?
No.
Okay, no, she did not.
The city of Lansing.
Now, that sounds like a statement, not a question. So what other question do you have for the witness?
Did she review my tenant file from the city of Lansing stipulated repairs that were not done for 8 to 10
So
months?
that's a long question. Did she review your file?
Yes.
Did you review this tenant's file?
Yes.
Yes, she did.
We'll stipulate to the fact that there were repairs that had to be made based on the city of Lansing's request to your honor to move it along.
All right.
There's no issue with that.
All right.
Yeah, can see there definitely repairs need to be made at one point.
Okay.
So, Judge Flores, I've sent emails about.
It sounds like a statement. You should, I'm going to give you all the opportunity to make a statement. Do you have additional questions for the witness?
It's kind of hard to read my writing. Did she talk to the answering service about when I called for to notify the corporation that the floor was wet?
Okay, so let's ask one question. That seems like multiple questions in that statement.
Was she aware of the notification to their contracted answering service of the property damage from the flood that needed to be changed immediately so that there would not be further property damage?
So the question is?
When was she notified by the answering service?
When were you notified from the answering service?
I personally received a report the following morning.
So she personally received a report the following morning.
That is all I have right now.
Thank you. Any redirect, Mr. Gromer?
When you received the report, was it from the answering service or your staff?
That's from the answering service.
Thank you.
And I called both.
Any further proofs, Mr. Gromer?
Yeah, I have one more, couple more witnesses.
All right.
They'll be quick though.
May this witness be excused from the plaintiff?
Yes.
All right. You're excused, ma'am. Thank you for your appearance.
My name has been mentioned in this. I'm her representative payee for Social Security. I have some information that may be relevant.
So is she going to call you as a witness, sir?
Probably.
All right. You'll give it a chance to testify. All right. All right. Thank you for that. Mr. Gromer, your next witness.
Jesse Martinez.
All right, Mr. Martinez, I'm going to have you take the stand, but I'm going to have you state and spell your first name and last name for the record.
JESSEMARTINEZ.
All right. And you're Jesse Martinez. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead and have a seat. You want to project to the back of the room because the microphone only is for it's not for amplification purposes. And Mr. Gromer, when you're ready.
Can you tell me what you do?
I was a maintenance tech supervisor at the time.
At?
Capital Commons.
Okay,
Senior.
and you're familiar with Miss Britt at Capital Commons during Unit 1006?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell me what you did on or about April 17th regarding a repair in her kitchen?
We had a call about just a leaky sink. I was currently working at Capital Commons Family at the time. and they called me over just to help out with that.
And what did you find?
I found that one of the pipes was cracked and needed to be replaced. So in the meantime of finding a replacement, I had turned off the main water valve.
Did you have a conversation with Miss Britt at that time?
Yes.
Okay, what did you tell Miss Britt?
During me finding out what was wrong, I showed her that the pipe was cracked and I needed to turn it off. I explained to her that I turned it off and
You
then
turned what off?
the hot water valve.
Okay, turn the hot water valve off.
And I was showing her that she could still use her cold water, but if she tried to use her hot water, it would not work unless the valve was turned back on.
Okay, so you personally shut the valve off, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And when did you become aware that there was a problem in the unit?
Just like the flooding wise.
Yes, the next day?
Yeah, the next morning.
Okay, the next morning. And how did you find out about it?
The on-call person, Vic, told me that.
I'll stop you there real quick. All right, so you were told about it. There was an issue in the unit, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you went to the unit?
Yes.
And what did you find?
We had the replacement part there as soon as I came in, so 8 o'clock, and I went right up there to go install it. And I was told to wait until 9 to come in. And
were you aware that the units were flooded and water had come out?
Heard that it was flooded, but I didn't know to what extent.
Okay. All right. And so when you got in there, what did you find?
The carpet was soaked from the door to all the way back. So basically the whole kitchen and living room was soaked.
Was the valve on or off?
It was, when I went to go look at the valve, it was definitely not where I left it.
Okay. So it had been turned back on?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with Miss Britt?
Not much of one. I was just trying to vacuum up all the water and having a hard time with that. So we had called some contractors to help us with that.
Did she tell you what happened at that time?
She said something about a dishwasher, but the connection to the dishwasher was completely taken off. So
okay. There was no dishwasher connection?
None at all.
Okay. All right. And so were the units below that also flooded?
Yeah, there was damage to both units on each side and I think 2 below.
Okay. All right. And so you're confident you turned it off and explained to her not to use the hot water?
Yeah.
Okay. And have you had a lot of dealings with Miss Britt other than that?
A few.
Okay. Have you had a most recent one regarding her refrigerator?
Yeah.
Okay. When was that approximately?
July 17th.
Okay. So that would have been after the April 19th incident, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so can you tell me about that?
We just had a work order that said her refrigerator wasn't keeping temperature. And so when we went in there and I opened it up, I was asked to report it and I did. And the gasket was tore up beyond normal use.
What do you mean the gasket was torn up?
So there's a little rubber piece that fits around the fitting of the door.
Right.
That pretty much like keeps the temperature in, keeps
right.
it closed. And it was pretty.
Are you making the motion for cut?
Yeah, there was definitely cuts along it. It wasn't.
And what did Miss Britt tell you that happened, that she believed happened?
She was telling me that someone must have came in her unit, but she wasn't there and maliciously done that.
Okay. All right. And
when you indicate the motion to cut, let the record reflect there was a cutting motion. That is the wiring to what?
It was not done by normal wear and tear. It was.
He's asking you what part was cut.
What part was cut?
The gasket.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions.
All right. All right, Ms. Britt, you can ask me similar to that. You can ask me questions, and then I will indicate whether the question would go, or is it if it's done in the form of the statement, I'll allow you to make a statement at a later in the hearing. So, do you have any questions for Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
What questions?
Were you in my apartment on 417 with 4 Capital Commons or First Housing corporation employees.
All right, so
They
let me ask that question. So were you in her apartment on April 17th?
April 17th would have been,
Would have been the day before the incident.
no,
The day before the flooding, I think.
there was two of us that went to go check it out.
All right, so there was you, and then there was another person who went and checked it out.
Yeah, there was another maintenance tech.
All right.
His name was Keith.
Okay, and were either of you were either of you associated with other people with you? I know you can't tell me what Keith happened to Keith. Was anybody with you?
No.
Okay. So the answer is that there was another person, Keith was in there, and that Mr. Martinez.
What is the name?
Keith.
Kian.
Kian?
Yeah.
Kian.
Plausible deniability, both of them.
That's not a question. You have to ask a question. I'll provide you, and as long as you want to make a statement, but for the witness, you have to ask a question.
So you weren't in there with 4 first housing.
He already asked that. He's already answered that question, man. He was not.
I did not come over on the sink side.
So you have to ask a question.
Did you take a picture of me on the sink side? Because I stayed on the living room.
All right, so let me ask a question. Did you take a picture of her on the sink side?
I did not take no pictures.
The picture was not taken, ma'am.
I never saw the valve.
Okay, that sounds like a statement. Is that a question or a statement?
Was Jared in my apartment vacuuming a former maintenance tech?
If you can answer.
Extracting the water?
All right, so I know you don't know what Jared was doing. Was he in the apartment vacuuming, extracting water?
I didn't work there during the time where someone named Jared worked there.
So the answer is no. He didn't work there when Jared was working there.
You weren't in the apartment at the same time as Jared when the extraction was made?
No.
The answer to that question is no, man.
Were you on total security video in the elevator with other maintenance personnel?
He wouldn't know that question if he was on video or not. Only the people watching the video. Do you know if you were on video during that time?
Probably going up and down, but I have no idea.
Okay, he doesn't know if he was observed on video. Do you have the video, ma'am?
Was there a camera in the freight elevator and the small elevator that you rode up on to my apartment with other maintenance personnel?
Only other one would have been Kian.
Can you tell me why you did not have freezer trays in the replacement refrigerator?
If you know, sir.
We left you with your previous freezer trays to put back into the new one or the refurbished one.
Not in the upper freezer portion. There are no tray separations there.
Is that a statement or a question?
When I requested that trays be placed in the new replacement refrigerator, did you not reply at all?
I did not receive a request to do that.
I suppose Ms. Von Brewer did not pass it on.
I don't know what was passed on, but you can call your witnesses.
Unless I mentioned it at the time, but I can't say for sure.
All right. Do you have any further questions of this witness?
No, that's it.
Any redirect of Mr. Gromer?
Oh, actually, what was your reaction when I told you there might be malicious entry when only one maintenance tech produced the one key for me, although you all have access?
I do believe it was maliciously done. Like I said, it was not normal wear and tear. At the time, only I had access to the apartment and I did not use that access.
All right. Any further questions, ma'am? Mr. Gromer, redirect.
Your Honor, I just have one question.
Sure.
Are you often recorded when you're in doing the work in Miss Britt's apartment?
Almost every interaction has been recorded in some way or another.
Okay. Really, for almost all the repairs, all the interactions?
Either through pictures or videos.
I have no further questions.
May this witness be excused from the plaintiff?
Yes, I just have, I'm gonna be really quick, but I just have two more and they're gonna be very
All
quick,
right,
Your Honor, I
all right.
promise.
So you're excused, sir. Thank you for your appearance today. Thank you. You want to talk to the plaintiff or the tenant?
This, I can't hear on this here.
All right, sir, let's have you stand up here. Not you, kidding. You can come this way, sir. Okay, let's have you state your first name and last name and spell both for the record.
Victor Vallejo, VICTOR,
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, go ahead and have a seat here. Project as best you can to the back of the room, the courtroom, and Mr. Gromer, when you're ready.
I'll just be brief. Mr. Vallejo, what do you do at Capitol Commons?
Maintenance supervisor for
Okay,
Capital Family.
Okay, and on or around April 18th, were you asked to do a maintenance repair in Miss Britt's apartment?
Yes, I was.
And what was that for?
Toilet
Okay.
not flushing.
Okay, toilet not flushing.
Yes.
All right, so you went to the apartment at that time, correct?
Yes.
And you spoke to Miss Britt, correct?
Yes.
All right, and when you walked into the apartment, what did you see?
I went to the toilet and then she said, then I stepped on the carpet and I was like, it's kind of wet. Do you want me to do? So she's like, no, I spilled a little bit of water.
She told you she spilled water on the carpet?
Yeah, and that was the
Okay.
last of it.
And then you later found out that it had been flooded from the sink, is that correct?
Or, yeah, the dishwasher sink, yes.
Okay, I have no further question, but at the time, you're sure she told you that maybe she just spilled water?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Ms. Britt, do you have any questions for the witness Vallejo that you can go through me? You can ask me.
Is that an outright lie, what you just said?
Ms. Britt, you can't ask that. That's an argumentative question, so.
You know, obviously, I have a general objection to things that are relevant,
Right.
whatever. I just know from a pro per standpoint, we're trying to speed it along.
Right.
Thank you.
So I'm not gonna let him answer that question, that it's an outright lie. Yeah, I know the answer to that,
As
and that's no.
as maintenance supervisor, you did not receive a report from the answering service that the carpet had flooded and needed to be replaced.
No, I did not. I received the on-call toilet.
And on 4/17, you did not supervise Ian and Jesse
Yes, I did walk in with him.
when they changed the part,
Oh, no, I was not in there when they changed.
when they ordered the part.
Yes, I walked in with Jesse and gave him the part to install.
What date was that? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm hard of hearing. He said he
That
walked in
was,
with Jesse and gave him the part.
And when, so
I bought the-
reiterate it.
I bought the part from Home Depot and went to Senior and gave him the part and went up there with him while he installed it.
Okay. So the part was given and installed.
So is it true that the first repair was defective and incompetent?
But you can answer that.
When we went up there, well, he went up there, he showed me a part that was broken and I said, okay, let me go get this part. but we couldn't find it. So finally I searched around and found it at Home Depot. And the next day we came up and installed it. I came up with it and he installed it.
And what was the consequence of being installed?
There was a bunch of water all over.
All right, but was that able to fix any problem?
Yeah, that solved all the problems.
All right.
And is it true that you were on a maintenance replacement for PFAs, which is the real reason why you scheduled the appointment for 4/17/2024 with worn out plastics that are required to be replaced by the government?
No, not that I'm aware of.
The answer to that is no.
Okay, that's it.
All right, any redirect of Mr. Gromer?
No, Your Honor, I have no, Mr. Vallejo, no, I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Vallejo, you're excused. Thank you for your appearance.
Your Honor, I have no further witnesses.
Okay. Miss Britt, did you want to make a statement under oath? Do you have any further proofs in this matter, Mr. Gromer?
I'm sorry?
Do you have any further proofs?
I do now.
Okay, so the plaintiff is rested. Ms. Gromer, did you want to call any witnesses on your behalf, or did you want to make a statement on your behalf?
Could I call my cousin Claude and make a statement?
We're willing to, you can call your cousin and he can take the stand and he would be able to give testimony. He'd be subject to the cross-examination of counsel. Did you want to call your cousin?
Yes.
All right. All right, sir, you can come up here. Okay, and I'm gonna have you stand right in front of me and state your first name and last name for the record.
Claude Harris.
Okay, and how do you spell that, sir?
CLAUDEHARRIS.
Thank you. And please raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, go and have a seat. And Ms. Britt, I'm going to let Mr. Harris go ahead and narrate or explain, and then I'm going to subject him to cross-examination. All right, ma'am? All right, so Mr. Harris, what do you have to testify to in regards to this case?
This Britt got she got a notification that something was wrong with her water in her apartment.
And you know this because this is what Ms. Britt told you.
She related that to me.
Obviously, I'd object for hearsay.
Right.
I'm trying, I probably don't have an issue. I want to speed it along, but I
Right.
would object for hearsay. She
All
can
right.
testify to it.
All right. I understand, and it's not meant for substantive purposes because it is hearsay, but I'm going to let you, you did something in reaction to that. So what was it?
I told her that, she needed to report that and and she said that she didn't realize that turning on the dishwasher would cause a leakage otherwise, because the guy specifically said, don't turn on the hot water. And she somehow turned on the dishwasher. From what she told me, she turned on the dishwasher and she was surprised that she had a flood. And that's what she told me.
Okay.
So it wasn't, from what she said, from what I know, it wasn't malicious. She didn't do this on purpose. She wouldn't flood her own place.
All right. This is what she told you.
Correct.
All right. And you're her cousin, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
All right.
I'm her representative payee for Social Security. I am in process of trying to get a POA. She has, as stipulated, she has mental issues. And I understand that she writes many letters to management. I know it's getting on their nerves, but there has to be many, many people in the same circumstance that are in those units, because there's a lot of people that have undiagnosed mental issues.
Right.
So Patricia is getting help from community mental health. She sent her community mental health case manager sent a letter to the management at the apartment and said that she's under treatment and they asked the management work with her. And I know that they're tired of dealing with her, all these emails. They asked that the management would work with her to try, and through community mental health and her, to try to resolve problems, and they would try to give her some ongoing support. So that letter, according to the mental health worker, was rejected, and I have a copy of that letter, and so does Pat.
All right.
So that's where we stand. We have a case of someone who has mental issues, very bad mental issues, and they're being addressed. What happened was an accidental one-time thing, and they're trying to evict her because they have lost tolerance for what is going on, especially all the emails.
And
This
so
is-
have you talked to anybody about this, or is this your speculation?
No, I have not talked to anybody about the motivation.
All right.
So that's, I'm supposing at this point,
All
as
right.
far as they've had it up to here with the emails.
All right, Mr. Gromer, I'm going to allow cross-examination if you choose.
Yeah, and I appreciate you coming here today. In terms of why are you trying to get power of attorney?
Because Pat needs help.
Okay. Do you think she can live independently?
I think she can to a certain level.
And if you're aware, I mean, I understand, I haven't actually seen necessarily the letter, but you're aware, or would it make sense to you if, sometimes an independent property is they don't have the facilities to address, the extra care that sometimes people need.
Yeah, we'll stipulate it.
Yeah. And so, I'm sorry. I appreciate you coming here. Thank you.
All right. May this witness be excused from the defense. The witness is obviously excused. From the defense, from the plaintiff, is the witness excused? Mr. Gromer.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for your testimony.
I have one question.
Yeah. So one more question. Okay.
Is it true that every time maintenance enters my apartment, I call, and when they leave, I call as well?
Yes, that's true.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. All right. The witness is excused. Ms. Britt, is there anything that you'd like to say? I've previously sworn you in during what you gave an opening statement testimony. I'm going to swear you in again and state your name, and then you can tell me anything that you want to concerning the case. You've been looking at a statement, and I understand that you want to read from that statement. So please spell your first name and last name for the record, ma'am.
Patricia Britt, Patricia, Britt, Britt.
Okay, ma'am, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under
Yes.
penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
All right, ma'am, go ahead and tell me whatever it is you need to tell me.
Okay. All right, I'll read the statement again.
So is this the previously read statement from
Yes.
opening statement?
Yes.
All right, you can go ahead and read any portion of that you think is important, but the record, this is all being recorded. So anything you previously read, we can put in as a part of your statement.
With my sworn testimony?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Let's see. Ranger is the trash contractor. They would be aware of the multitude of furniture that is dumped every week because of bug negligence. Even though I treat my apartment regularly because they have had ongoing issues with rose exterminators as well as bug genie, still infestants get into my apartment, and it's almost as if it's intentional, but I don't have video in my apartment, so I have no idea how the infestations occur. My clothes have been stained, my food has been tampered with, condiments, brand new condiments have been opened. There is high employee turnover, even though there are competitive salaries. I would hope that they follow regulations and keep all of their memos on file, since they are an accredited housing complex, as well as MISTA and HUD Section 8 regulated. And I have to write emails because they changed the story. And there used to be a 3-day turnaround with maintenance. Now it can be months. And they have bizarre occurrences in the common area, particularly heightened since COVID, and the total security guards do not regularly patrol each floor. The condoms appear, they've had alcohol, open alcohol in the common area. They've even had undergarments by the elevators. They pile up boxes on the weekend, which could have bugs in them. And the general care of the property has gone completely downhill. And I write emails for my safety. It's a fair housing complex. And until I have somewhere to move, I need somewhere to store my property. And there is a scavenger element. I believe there could be intentional efforts to get me kicked out so that I'm not prepared to move and someone can confiscate my property. I have a Samsung TV that's probably full of bugs, but if someone has the know-how, they can probably eliminate those. When I was out of my apartment from 423 to 53, Capitol Commons modernistic or law enforcement was in my apartment, and they placed my cabinet that my cousin gave me on top of the Xfinity cable box, as well as the TV on top of the cabinet. I have not watched TV since I've been back. I don't have the physical strength to pile things on there or to remove them. I have a photo. I don't know if the box is broken, and I'll be responsible to Xfinity for the cost, but I have a clear picture of the entertainment cabinet piled on top of the Xfinity box, so I can't use it, with the TV on top of that. And there are numerous malicious mischief that occurs in my apartment, and the police have not been responsive to my non-emergency calls because I don't want to use their time or capacity to help a mother with children. So I call in the non-emergency line to report. There was a headband attached to a Santa Claus with the legs wide open on the common area table. And when I've reported these condoms and things, they don't even clean the tables with Clorox. They don't even clean monthly anymore. They don't even mop monthly or vacuum the carpets, the hallway carpets. That's how come the entire complex has been infested with all types of bugs. And people have to throw their furniture out regularly, which Granger would have a record of. And with the lax COVID policy, since it's no longer a national policy, the Department of Health would have a listing of seniors that have passed away since COVID. And it's frustrating. And if I had the money to relocate, I would. And I'm concerned about my art as well. I'd like to launch an arts business. And I believe that that carpet was intentionally flooded in order for Modernistic to get in there and run their machines and ruin the art I had on the wall. And I took it down after about a day and a half, and when it occurred to me, that's drying out the paper. And I have my art online, but I can't monetize because I don't have a debit card right now.
Right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Um,
And this form that he gave me, I've never seen this page.
okay, thank you. Mr. Gromer, any closing argument you'd like to make before the court passes judgment?
Your Honor, I have no further questions
Okay.
for Ms.
Okay.
Britt. Just briefly, and I'll sit when I say this, but nobody wants to handle these cases. And unfortunately, some of the testimony, landlords have a duty, and when they become aware of a situation that it could be a danger or risk to others, including Miss Britt, negligence is when you fail to respond to a reasonable risk. Nobody's trying to hurt Miss Britt. Unfortunately, I go through this with my family. I'm sure a lot of people in this courtroom have, but the only way to sometimes get resources and to get into a better place are to go through these procedures. And for that, to Miss Britt, I'm sorry. We do believe that obviously, even if you were just negligence in accordance with the lease, in this case, we think it was either a situation that she could not help or handle or understand, or, and I know she doesn't like the word intentional. So therefore, we would request a judgment from this court. We would also be willing to work with whatever timeframes the court would under that situation to try and make whatever that process would be simpler, Your Honor.
Ms. Britt, how long have you been in that apartment?
I've been there since 2008. I imagine the landlord has received $600K. And
So I just, that you answered my question, ma'am.
okay. Well, one thing about the dishwasher, the water was hotter than it's ever been. It was hotter than the oven boiling water, which would mean the dishes had never been cleaned previously, and it melted items in there.
All right, thank you. So in the case, I've had the opportunity to see at least 3 or 4 witnesses and hear arguments. I've also taken testimony from one of the defense witnesses, and several statements have been made, including a final statement from the witness, Ms. Britt. I find that the plaintiff has proven their case by preponderance of the evidence, if not more, in this matter. And so I will grant the complaint for termination of tenancy. Now, the real question at this time is, so I'm granting the motion based on a violation of the lease, at least that time, but whether it be, however it happened, and but Ms. Britt, and maybe you can help. How much time are we talking? Because she's got to find a new place to live.
I'd say probably a month.
30 days?
Community mental health is, has some resources, and her worker assigned someone to do that.
All
So
right.
we are looking.
Mr. Gromer, you've been extremely easy to work with in this matter, concerning this matter. And I know this is a termination of tenancy. We're looking at a 30-day period.
Your Honor, I think I think the 30-day issue is not going to be an issue for my client. Based on my experience with this client, if everything is going okay with the 30 days, and we know that the organizations and I know her cousin is working and they're within close, we're not gonna request a writ of the court.
Right.
We would be reasonable under that circumstances as long as we're updated.
All right.
So we're not gonna object to the 30 days.
All right, so I'm gonna provide the termination of tenancy, and I have some discretion after hearing, will provide a 30-day. So you have to be out in 30 days or in that vicinity. And it will be 30 days from today's date would be October 10th. October 10th by 4 o'clock. So there's no ambiguity by 4 o'clock. Ms. Britt, I completely understand your defense. I have ruled for the plaintiff in the matter. Mr. Gromer, you will follow that up with the order to that effect. Is that correct?
I will, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Good luck to you, Ms. Britt. The writ date for eviction will be October 10th at this time. Thank you for your appearance.
Okay, I hope that I'm able to move someplace where I can vote for Kamala Harris.
Absolutely. Thank you, man.
Me too.
I'll be watching the debate tonight.
All right.
Thank you so much for your time.
You too. Thank you.
Could I have some copies made
Of your personal paperwork.
that I need to submit to the court?
I've made my ruling, so you should keep your originals. All right.
No, these are copies. I just want to copy my notes, but
All right.
these are documents for the court.
Keep your original and make copies of your
These are
originals.
copies.
All right.
These are copies.
All right.
So this is what I was given by the First Housing Corporation. Not a process server.
It doesn't matter. He's ruling over it. So we have to start looking for something. Okay.
Could I requested something be copied?
No personal items can be copied, only court.
All right, come on. Carry your stuff.
So you don't need the escrow list?
Not today, ma'am.
Well, God bless your day.
You too. Take care. Thank you.
And this is a hook I forgot to show you that they placed in my closet.
All right. All right, so we have and then Mr. McCord, you're ready on your case. Skyline Apartments, Mr. Bach is here. And then Mr. Dubois and Ms. Gibson, we're gonna have to reschedule your hearing because it's 5:45 and I mean, we've been in hearing the whole time. So so we're gonna reschedule. Let's go ahead and reschedule that right here. So go on and come on up. We're gonna do it as soon as possible, but hold on. So that is 4114. And appearances for the record. Mr. Dubois.
Present, sir.
Okay, Kyle, and you are Kyle Dubois, is that correct? All right, and ma'am, you are Arian Gibson?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This time set for a formal hearing. We're going to adjourn this. It's 5:45. We've been in hearing two previous hearings, and so I want the opportunity, but we're going to set this as soon as possible, all right? And we're just going to create a room for this. I know that we're going to have to probably set it for the afternoon of the 25th. Yeah, that'll be 2 weeks from today. Mostly being that there's nobody here to hear the case. So, Mr. Gibson.
Can I request a few days later? Because
But this is a Tuesday, actually, we can set it for the afternoon of the 24th or 25th.
I flew in for this. I live in Utah.
Okay.
And I can't fly back out until like the 29th.
You flew in for this.
I did.
Yes. Well, I wish you would have, we've been in a hearing as you've seen this. The one question we have is, when would it be convenient for you to come back?
My lease ends this month, on the 27th.
Okay.
So anytime after that.
After the 27th, are you going to be back in Michigan?
Yes.
All right. So I can set it for a hearing back in Michigan in October, where you'll already be here, and then, but that's what I'm doing is prolonging it, and you are the landlord, and usually landlords want things faster than sooner, but you display a unique set of circumstances. So I'll leave it in your ballpark.
25th is fine.
The 25th is fine.
Yes.
All right. You'll have to fly here for the 25th. Okay. Okay, so we can do it in the morning or the afternoon of the 25th. Probably the afternoon, I would think. Okay. Okay, so we'll do it October 25th. What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. Formal hearing set for September 25th at 2 o'clock. You've seen it, how the hearings work here. You've sat through it. If the parties want to negotiate, they can. But at this time, we've set it for formal hearing is September 25th at 2 o'clock. That'll be live in person. Bring in any evidence you want the court to consider, any documentation. All right. All right. Anything else for the record in docket 2404114, Mr. Dubois? Ms. Gibson.
I asked for legal services. I never got to talk to them today.
You should call them because legal services, you asked for them at pretrial and you talked to them at pretrial. Yes. And they never filed an appearance on your behalf.
No.
Yeah, so you were declined from legal services as far as we know, but you may want to contact them.
They were supposed to give me email or call whether they were to pick up my case or not. They didn't do either.
Okay, so that's between you and legal services. My indication is they did not file an appearance. So right now you are representing yourself. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
And as you've seen from the last two hearings, we have a lot of people like that. Okay. All right. So we will reset this for September 25th at 2 o'clock. Thank you both for your appearance. And we'll see you on that date.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and then Mr. Bach, were you able to come to a resolution in your manner?
Your Honor.
All right.
We've come to an agreement.
All right, so is it Mr. Vincent?
She's still on?
Oh, it's
Roxanne Gonzalez. I told her it might be a minute, but I didn't know.
Yeah,
I didn't know it was gonna be all that.
It's been a long day.
Well, we got a couple options here. We agreed to a consent judgment, but I promised her through the end of the month to pay to stay. If you want, I didn't get her signature. If you want me to just mark the default box, I'll still enter it with the same terms end of the month.
I'm afraid since she's been waiting for a hearing to do a default. But if you're able to reach out to her and get a consent judgment, I'm uncertain. I'm uncertain because she did not stay for the.
Well, I could testify as an officer of the court today that we agreed. I said, I'll give you the end of the month. You know, she said she wants to go anyway.
All right.
She plans to, she's not gonna pay it, but I said, I'll just do it. If you do come up with money, you can stay.
All right. So, but she's not adhered to, but my understanding is this, and based on what you're indicating is that in lieu Mr. McCord, are you there?
I am here, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your patience. We were in hearings all afternoon. So we're on the record in docket 24044459. That is BSJ Real Estate versus Jay Vincent and Julie Vincent. Appearances for the record.
Corey McCord, I'm the
Mr.
attorney for
McCord.
plaintiff BSJ Real Estate.
All right. And sir, you are Jay Vincent, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and Julie Vincent is not with you, sir?
No, she had to be put in a home. She has dementia.
All right. All right, this is the time set for a formal hearing in the matter. Mr. McCord, how are we proceeding?
Judge, I think we have a joint request for an adjournment. Mr. Vincent and I did have a chance to discuss this matter. This is a post foreclosure termination. We want to take some time and see if we might be able to keep Mr. Vincent in the home. Sounds like he's suffered some hardships, and I'm happy to take that to my clients.
All right, and is that a fair statement, Mr. Vincent?
Yes, sir, it is.
Right. So I will grant the joint request for adjournment. And what's our time frame are we looking at, Mr. McCord and Mr. Vincent?
Judge, I'm going to reach out to them this afternoon yet. I think a couple weeks works, whatever works for the court schedule.
All right. So let's look to see. It's probably, I would garner 3 weeks out. 3 weeks out. That would be my guess.
That'd be fine with us, Your Honor.
All right.
The 20th of September at 2:30, please.
All right. So we'll set it for September 25th at 2:30. So we'll adjourn to September 25th at 2:30. And allow the parties to continue to negotiate. Anything else for the record in docket 24044459, Mr. McCord?
Nothing from us, Your Honor. Thank you.
Do you have any questions of me, Mr. Vincent?
No, sir.
All right, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. Thank you for your patience also.
Oh, no problem.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Will I just get a copy of that in the
You
mail?
should get a notice from my court officer.
It'll come in the mail?
Right now.
Oh, right now.
Yeah, right
Okay.
now.
Gotcha.
It would if I could hit all the right buttons.
If we hit the buttons right correctly, it should be printing and go right to you.
Technology is never that easy, no, is it?
No, it's so
This time it's the person entering.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Now, this will be in person again, right?
correct.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
You too. All right. No. Wow, that was a Tuesday.
It was something.